love coffee, I love tea. I love the jabber jive and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jabber and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup. Boy.
It always seems so much like porn believes it's breaking the rules and so it has to act like a bad boy, if you see what I'm saying.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, this is Coffee with Lavender. We got a great discussion going
Nonsense,
on.
so
Might
Let's
have
keep it
told me
going.
you started while I was discussing porn. Jeez.
I took the opportunity.
What lunch? I mean, seriously. Yeah, I'm not even kidding though. Is like it would be nice to, if people would make stuff that wasn't quite so, I don't know, wrong side of the tracks.
There was an attempt, to my memory. Some people were trying to make porn that was, for lack of a better term, less rough than the usual. And I'm thinking this, maybe about 35 years ago or something, and a lot of it was lesbian porn.
Oh well,
Uh,
I'm okay with that.
yeah, absolutely. And I don't know whatever happened to it. And for those of you who don't know what's going on right now, that was the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr Bionic Dance. Hello, dear. How are you, honey?
I am extraordinarily kind of okay.
Oh, extraordinarily okay. I like that. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, I was debating how to phrase that because saying I'm really extremely okay almost makes it sound like I'm doing great. You know?
Mm.
I mean, these days, okay is the new awesome, it seems like. But no, I mean, I'm all right. Life is
Alrighty.
life. There's nothing new really to discuss except that I do need to pay the bills now. I've run through my savings while working on Quinn Redshift, so I'm working on an episode of Head Meets.
I
It's
saw
pretty
that.
close to done. I think it's looking pretty good. It's some really, I think, well made animation. I think people will enjoy it.
I hope so. Yes. I'm just on the edge of my seat waiting for that to be released.
I'm trying to remember what it was. There was something like someone was making a fakey advertisement for a movie, and instead of it'll have you on the edge of your seat, they're like it'll have you in the middle of the seat with your back against the backrest and your arms on the arms rest. You know, like that. It's like describing it as being the most normal, just sitting around doing nothing situation ever.
Oh my. And along with us, we have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Mage Grey Wolf. Hello, sweetness. How are you?
Hey, doing okay.
All right. That sounds good. Yes, you've become a regular fixture here.
Uh,
We can put up with you.
Sure, maybe. Don't know about regular.
well, one
There
of these
you
people
go.
I was having a conversation with started going in all religious, and of course, this also why he doesn't support evolution or communism.
God. I
You
don't
know, I
know.
mean, like, I would love to find some right winger and ask them, is there a difference between communism and socialism? And if so, can you articulate it? And I'm pretty sure they'll look at me like I just grew two heads and all of them have runny noses.
Right,
It's
absolutely.
like they don't. Basically, it seems like right wing politics boils down to scary word. The
Yes.
other side believes scary word. The other side wants to do scary word. It doesn't even matter what the word means. It's just there to make people frightened of some nameless boogeyman.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting for a right wing ad, like Melba toast, what the hell,
Mm.
man? I just don't get it. I don't, but that's another story entirely. And let's look over on the side here, and let's do the romper room. I see Greg, and I see, oh God, I see Stool, and I see
You know,
Emily.
and I keep telling Stool, if he really does want those pictures of me in a Starfleet uniform, he can send me one.
There you
But
go.
until he does, I'm not like okay, I have a Star Trek Enterprise jacket. It's like the top half of the Enterprise uniform, which is more flight suity. But
What
that's
the
it.
Scott Bakula type thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's that. I got that, but I don't have like, a TNG outfit or anything, or a Strange New Worlds outfit. If he really desperately wants that, I mean, send me the uniform. I'll do
Well,
it.
he's a little thin on funds, remember?
I actually have never heard a damn thing about his funds.
I
Or
mean,
if I have, it was such in passing that I didn't notice.
as far as I understand it, he's definitely not Howard Hughes.
Well, neither
Is
am
that the
I.
case,
What's your
Storm?
point?
Hmm?
I said, neither am I. What's your point?
Well, yeah, I don't know how much you'd have to shell out for a Starfleet uniform.
Oh, less than 100. I mean, I'm sure there's like some custom, perfect quality, entirely screen accurate, blah, 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 blah. But, if you just want your basic, like, Enterprise uniform, it's there to be found,
Okay,
pretty
wait a
cheaply,
minute.
in fact. But again, I mean, I'm not spending money on someone else's Starfleet fetish. So, I mean, if you really want that,
There
you
you go.
know.
Stoll says science dictates that if I keep asking nicely, you will put the white SNW medical outfit on. What the hell is that?
SNW, Strange New Worlds. It's the new Star Trek series.
Oh,
The white
okay,
Oh,
okay.
uniform.
that outfit.
The new Nurse Chapel wears a uniform that apparently, gets Stool's motor pumping. So
Well, it's hard to not get Stool's motor pumping. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
so yeah. And
apparently a lot of
honestly
people
though, like
are
Nurse
pumping.
Chapel was the only member of the cast of Strange New Worlds where I was like, okay, except that she is playing such a stereotypical character. I could point to so many characters in Hollywood today who are just like her. The like overly enthusiastic science chick. Like
Oh
there's
my.
so many of those these days. So I mean, eh. But even so, she was still like one of the other. They barely even introduced the bridge crew for fuck's sake. I don't know the names of any of them. But like seriously, aside from Nuhura and Captain Pike, I don't know any of these people. Well, and Spock. They had two people up at the tactical and the what the hell do they call the flight thingy? The helm. There we go. And like they never really said their names at all. It's clear they're going to be main characters, but
There
they
she
didn't say
is.
them. At least on the first episode. I haven't seen past the first episode because I think they want to charge me to watch more.
Okay. Not a bad uniform, really.
Not too
Um,
bad.
yeah. It's functional, which is a good
Yeah,
thing. I mean,
but yeah.
the female members of the original Enterprise crew walking around in those skirts up to their arses was
Yeah.
hardly functional.
At least
Well, it
they
depends on what you're trying to get them to do, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and
well,
Roddenberry was
even though
good
they
at getting
still
them to do things.
well, even though they still violate canon every single episode, at least they figure out how to turn the lights on in Strange New Worlds.
Well, and I have to say that they've had 2 episodes now of the Orville season 3 finally, and it's really fucking good.
Oh
Like
yeah,
seriously, the Orville is what Star Trek ought to have been.
yes,
I haven't
definitely.
seen any
I
of it
completely
yet.
agree with that.
Well, here's the thing: they have dropped any pretense of it being a comedy at all. Like there in these 2 episodes, there's been like one joke, and it was the most like mild joke. It was like Gordon said something like, "We're getting a drink machine in the on the bridge" or something like that.
Yeah,
It was
there are a
some
few there are a
throwaway
few
goof.
low key jokes in last episode.
Well, okay, but like the first half season of the Orville was like poop and fart jokes left and right.
Yeah,
So
they've
you
definitely
know.
toned it down from season to season.
Yeah, it basically they are making Star Trek now, just
Yes.
with the stick up its ass.
Yep.
Also, they have some really badass Star Wars style fighters, which is part of why the Orville is quickly becoming one of my favorite sci-fi ever. Because I've been saying for literal decades that I'd probably like Star Trek better than Star Wars if it had X-wings.
Yeah, the Orville has definitely become one of my favorites.
Yeah, oh, it's so good, and they're tackling like some of the coolest subjects too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're sort of carrying on that Gene Roddenberry tradition of using sci-fi to make moral arguments about things.
Okay,
And they're doing
okay.
it right. They're not just bludgeoning you over the head with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there were a couple of episodes, like some of the Mocklin episodes were sledgehammers, but I mean, for the most part, it's been, if not subtle, at least organic.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I don't know if I could ever find enough money to pay off all my co-payments and have a little extra left over. I might consider
Well,
getting a streaming account to see this
well,
stuff.
Hulu
But
is like 12, $13 a month, so
yeah, and right now it's a little tight for that.
well,
Well, I'd give you access to mine, but I already got somebody accessing mine,
It's
and
okay, not a problem.
yeah.
it's only they only allow
I
up to 2 people at a time. So
I saw
Okay.
an article recently that was saying it's actually like a federal crime to give someone your Netflix password, but also nobody gives a shit and it's not being enforced.
oh,
So,
Well, how
I
does
mean,
anybody
and
know?
I asked because nobody actually said, is like, what if it's my parents giving me their password? What if it's a family member giving me their password? Like, not just some friend I made on the internet, you know?
Yeah, well, how do you know in the first place? Would
Well,
it
that's
be?
probably why it's hard to enforce.
Yeah, well, I mean, would it be only if the two of you went on at the same time? Something like that. But,
Well, that doesn't even make sense because I mean, on Netflix, I know that both of my parents have their own separate account to like keep track of their preferences and shit. So I mean, if they both wanted to watch Netflix at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem.
well,
I can't do that. I don't know.
you can create little sub accounts on Netflix to watch, so they all individually track that way.
oh, okay.
Well, I
Okay.
mean and that is my point. Like I have my own profile on Netflix where it keeps track of my preferences and makes suggestions for me, where everyone else on that account also has their own little profile that does the same thing. And I mean, like on my Hulu, I've given my Hulu password to other people, but one of them was my mom, another was a close friend. I don't think either of them use it, actually. But I did give it out.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah. It's weird. Like you have to have all of the streaming services to see everything you want to see, but at least Hulu has some of my favorite stuff, like Dharma and Greg and How I Met Your Mother.
Ah, all right.
I actually got Hulu specifically to watch The Orville.
I had already had Hulu, but that would have been a good reason.
Though I did find other things on there to watch. I mean, it's not like
Yeah. Um, I know someone suggested something, and then I came up with a great title for it. It was on one of the sci-fi boards I'm on. They were saying that with all the Star Wars shows, what they need to have is a Lando Calrissian show where it starts out with Billy D. Williams in a cantina somewhere, starting to tell a story from his past. And then you see like young Lando doing all the stuff he's describing, and then like other people at the table will be like, "That's not the way it happened, dude," and all this stuff. But the whole format is him telling a story from his past. And I was like, "Dude, they should make that and call it How I Met Your Smuggler."
I like
I'm hearing
it.
some buzz that they're planning on doing a Star Wars series on Reva.
You're gonna have to be more specific. It's been too long.
She's a new character that they
Oh
just
well, that's
introduced
why.
into the Obi-Wan series, and oh,
I
Now,
fucking Disney
Stool.
Wars.
Stool says use shenanigans. I have all the things. What is shenanigans? Another streaming service?
I don't know.
I don't know
Well,
any of
no,
these things.
he probably means access it illegally or in some piratey way.
Okay, okay. Is that it, Stool?
Using shenanigans it sounds like do the bad thing.
Yeah.
Use shenanigans to get your way, that sort of thing.
Oh my! You're so nefarious, Stool.
Well, I mean, a fellow member who sometimes shows up at this show, she gave me her HBO Max password, so that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, okay.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm sure she doesn't mind me saying her name, but I'm not gonna just because it could be a problem. Who knows? I don't know. If she gives me permission to say her name, I totally will. But regardless, on HBO Max, I can get The Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon, and that makes me happy.
Alrighty, Lone Wanderer. Hey, hi, how are ya? She says, gave up on Star Wars years ago. Well, my understanding is that, yeah, giving up on Disney Wars is not necessarily a bad thing.
And it's not nearly that uncommon either. Although it's funny how many people like who claim to be Star Wars fans are trying to beat me into submission, saying like either like it or shut up. And I'm like, dude, I'm allowed to bitch.
Okay, yeah.
But I mean, it is kind of funny how people will be, oh my gosh, someone's criticizing something I like. I have to attack with extreme ferocity. No one's allowed to impugn the thing. No one's allowed to make me question whether or not I should be liking this. No one should criticize it in ways that make me rethink my opinion. That seems to be the attitude because, oh my gosh, do some people hate that I don't like Disney Wars?
Oh, when George Lucas sold old Star Wars to Disney, it became more product than beloved franchised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's twisted and evil.
I mean,
Yeah,
I am not a head over heels fan or anything like that, but I was still disappointed when he sold.
It just they like when I understand they're doing it as slightly different, like they've rethought their strategy now. But Kathleen Kennedy, when she was put in charge of Star Wars, he was one of those who's like, oh, it's just a silly movie for 12-year-olds. Just make it flashy and who cares? Just
Yeah, she wanted to
she didn't care at all about the lore, about the fact that there's like decades long fandom, that people care about it rather more than she might think is healthy. And she didn't play to the fan base at all. And I think that is a large part of why a lot of people rebelled.
Yeah,
also she
okay.
tried to turn it into her own personal political platform.
Well, I mean, honestly, the way people are bitching about Star Wars going woke, I mean, really? I just, like, it doesn't feel as forced as people are making it sound. There was one moment in The Force Awakens that bothered me because it sounded a little too much like a very specific culture from Earth. But other than that,
Okay.
like it yanked me out of my immersion because I was like, dude, that's something someone from Earth would say, and there's no way someone from the galaxy far, far away would say it.
That's actually a lot of the problem I have with Star Trek,
Yeah?
because they have a lot of modern speak rather than something like this from the future.
Well, and I mean, although I will say one thing that made me so happy in this most recent episode of the Orville was Captain Mercer. He's giving this speech as they're going on to this
Oh
meeting.
yes,
And he ends it with, and may the force be with us. And I cheered. I threw my arms up in the air, which made them very hard to catch, and shouted, yes! Yes! It was the coolest, but I was like, and it also means that Star Wars does indeed exist within the universe of the Orville. I've never heard any definitive word on whether or not the Star Wars franchise exists within the Star Trek universe.
yes. Actually, I would like to see them watch an episode of Star Trek on the Orville.
That would be amusing. One thing I did. Oh, damn, I just lost my train of thought. Damn it, there was something I was going to say. Oh, well, whatever. But, yeah, I was so happy when he said that. I was like, oh, I was riding on air through the whole episode. I really was.
That was one of those low key jokes too.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I saw this interesting sort of article about how they were maybe going to tie Star Wars in with American Graffiti. There was this whole thing about how, like, Richard Dreyfuss's character in American Graffiti was like gonna go back in time or something to the galaxy far, far away, and he was like the first one who discovered how to use the Force, and he used it to make himself float, which is why he got the name Skywalker, and thus he's the the ancestor of Luke Skywalker. Right, and there was this whole thing where Bob Falfa, the character played by Harrison Ford, is actually like an ancestor of Han Solo or something. There was just this whole thing about how it like crossed over with American Graffiti, and the worst part is it actually sounded good.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know. It's hard to picture it, but it's interesting.
Well, from my understanding, the official lore right now is that Anakin was basically an immaculate conception, and by the Force itself.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
I mean, I was really hoping that would turn out to be a lie. You know, like something that Shmi told Anakin, and it wasn't true.
Okay.
Who knows? I mean, it's still up in
Mm,
the air. It's not like it's something that couldn't be retconned too hard.
I don't know. There's a lot of times where I've made predictions about where a series is going to go that turn out to be wrong, but I like my prediction better. Um, I was really hoping with Firefly that it would turn out the Reavers are not insane. They're just a really weird culture, like a very savage culture, but nevertheless they're normal people. Like as in they're not crazy. They're just brutal, you know?
Yeah.
But no, the movie decided to make them into just zombies. I was not happy about that. I also wasn't happy how they turned River into basically Space Buffy. I was like, really? The show already has a badass that's Zoe. I was really hoping she'd be something else.
Hmm.
Oh well.
Oh my.
I didn't really get into that until after the show ended, unfortunately.
Actually, same here. I didn't watch it as it was airing. I think I'm glad because they aired the episodes out of order too.
You know, that's something that gets to me a little bit when you have the episodes aired out of order. Because the couple times I can think of where that's done, it seems to lose continuity. I mean, even the old original Star Trek series, to my mind, has a little better continuity if you air them, or if you watch them in the order they were produced.
Does Star Trek have any continuity? I mean,
Yes, they do.
but like prior to TNG?
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I know TNG had continuity for sure, but I thought the original because for a very long time, in fact, not until Babylon 5 or up until Babylon 5 rather, the episodes like TV shows were built for reruns so that you could rerun an episode at any time, right?
Yeah,
Like in
yeah.
any order. And so there wasn't any continuity from episode to episode on purpose.
Right.
So
And
it wouldn't shock me if the original series has like no continuity from episode to episode.
well, I don't know, to my eye, and maybe I'm doing it wrong. I can see, for example, the which was the one with Sally Kellerman, was supposed to be the second pilot.
You're gonna have to describe it by plot.
That's the one where two of the crew members get special powers from exposure to radiation or something, and they turn into gods, basically.
I don't remember this episode at all.
Yeah,
Where's the
there's a second
continuity?
pilot.
What carried over from one episode to another?
Well, that one looks very primitive, relative to my eye anyway, relative to the others. It looks like it's an early episode, but it was like about the fourth episode in. So you already have some stuff established by the time you jump backward for this
Well,
particular
I'm
episode.
not sure
was-
we're
that
talking
was-
about the same thing when we talk about continuity.
No, that was the first episode of Star Trek that aired.
Because I'm not talking about consistency. I'm talking about like here is something that happened in one episode and the effects of it are felt in another.
And being that it was a pilot, they basically had nothing established yet, so of course it would look primitive.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, whether it looked primitive or not has nothing to do with it. I'm talking like, okay, character A died in this episode, and for some reason that had ramifications that carry over into this episode. Like their death was, I don't know, a political assassination, and now the Klingons hate us even more and embroil us in a giant war that wasn't happening 2 episodes ago, and now we follow the events of that. I don't think Trek ever did something like that.
Okay, I get you. Oh, and the one I'm thinking of is called Where No Man Has Gone Before. It was the 3rd episode aired, and it was actually the 2nd pilot. Yes, honey. There's a kitten over here demanding my attention.
I think there might have been a little bit involving the Romulans with TOS, but that might be about it.
Well, I know that, like, having an arc, a plot arc, was not really popularized until Babylon 5. That at the time, that was quite revolutionary for a sci-fi show.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely did it more with TNG.
Yeah. But I mean, even then, TNG didn't have a lot of things where like it had a ramification for a future episode. I mean, the Borg stuff, sure, but there were other things where it was like, you remember those weird bugs that kept inhabiting people in one episode, and they made it sound like there was going to be more, and they
Yeah.
just never followed up?
Well, actually, that was actually supposed to be the Borg.
Well, okay, but it wasn't.
Yeah, they changed it later on.
Yeah. I don't know. It was weird that like they just never they didn't bother to do anything more with it. It was like I'd love to see a show that takes place years later where those bug things come back and it's like, oh, they were still there. You know?
That might be interesting if they actually did a follow up on that in another season or series.
I don't know. I mean, like, I wonder because I mean, Discovery was supposed to be an alternate universe, as I understand it. And
No, they treat it as canon, even though it's clearly the way they have it set up is another universe.
That's bizarre, but okay. Regardless, though, I mean, it seems like there aren't. I don't know if there's going to be another Trek show that is clearly like the TNG DS9 Voyager era, that nevertheless takes place later in time than those shows. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I guess Picard probably counts, but
No, that's still under Discovery thing. In fact, they launched off of the short treks, which is just canon to Discovery and all that.
Well, then I guess. I don't know. It seems like these days they're taking all of these old properties and saying, okay, fuck the fan base. We're just going to make our own thing and expect everyone to accept it because it's all we're going to give you.
Yep, that's basically what they're doing with Star Trek.
And it's like, I don't know too many people who are happy about it. I know a lot of people who say they are, who weren't when it was new. So I can't help feeling it's a little Stockholmy, you know?
So a little bit interesting with the whole Star Trek thing is the franchise actually got split between Paramount and CBS, but apparently not recently they've merged back together, but they're still using Bad Robot and having the whole thing run under Kurtzman, and they want their own thing being done because they can get the licensing on the merchandise, which basically almost doesn't exist.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure how much Star Trek merch I would ever buy. I'm trying to think if there's anything from Trek that I would want to own a replica of it.
I wouldn't buy any simply because I don't have the money, but that's another story entirely.
Well, I was thinking if resources weren't much of an issue, how much Trek stuff let's put it this way, how much Trek stuff do I want?
So basically, at the time of Discovery's creation, and the franchise was split. So Paramount had the movie rights, while CBS had the TV rights.
Oh my.
Well, I'm telling you, if Quinn Redshift ever takes off like that, it's going to be in the contract that you cannot fuck with continuity.
Okay, yeah. That's
You
a
know
good
that
idea.
canon must be maintained.
Oh my, I've had a sense generator running from the past couple of days here. Okay, I finally turned it off. You know, one of those things where you melt a wax tart and it smells good?
No idea what you're talking about.
Huh?
Oh,
Also, I wasn't done on the Quinn Redshift thing.
oh, go. No.
Yeah, there will also be a clause in there about no race or gender flipping. You want a character who is of a certain race or gender or whatever? Make a new one.
Okay.
You know, I'm not objecting to diversity. I'm objecting to taking a character who was one thing and making them another.
I'd agree
Now,
with
unless
that.
you can do it organically in a way that makes sense within the universe, like, oh, look, this person became a cyborg because they decided to have their limbs replaced because they were damaged. Okay, fine, that's a valid change. But, you know, okay, Quinn's a chick now just because we said so? No.
Yeah, and with this, I'm happy that you're more concerned with what you've produced than you are with making, tons of money on it, because you can get away with that stuff now. Where
Well, I
you're
mean,
not after all the money, and they're going to say, "Well, no, we're not going to do it." And you finally
yeah.
cave and let them do what they want.
Well, I mean, I would actually, give up a lot of the profits to maintain what I'd created.
Yeah,
The way I'd created it. I'd be like, look, I will trade you guys dough for creative freedom. You don't fuck with my story and my characters, and you can make more money because you're not paying it to me.
and I'm
You know,
very appreciative of that. Thank you.
I'd be like, if there's going to be licensing rights, I mean, I'll take the tiniest percentage of those profits, but uh, I won't take anything unless it makes money.
Okay, okay, I like it. Oh my, I'm looking at my Twitter feed, and there are some altered pictures on here that look like, oh my, yow,
Okay, you're
horrible.
going to have to be a lot more specific.
There are things done to the faces in these pictures that look like aliens or some shit. I'm not sure what the hell is going on here. Something that
Hmm.
Vice Rhino posted.
Oh, okay. Where is the thing I'm thinking of? Um, well, I mean, that'll do. It's not the thing I'm looking for, but it'll do. Window there.
What you got? Let's to see on that thing. Ah!
That's an old one.
Yo,
Yeah.
it's very old, yeah. But I mean, it's been around forever. I've had it for like on my. There was a web group I used to be on where if someone pissed you off, you'd post the she monkey at them.
Oh my. But yeah, what I found on Twitter is similar to what you just posted. Yeah. Oh my word.
I mean, it's pretty easy to tell what's going on there if you really think about it, but it's still creepy looking.
Uh huh. Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing, different person. Basically, they're just having a lot of air blown in their face really hard. Also, look at how snaggly her teeth are. Egad. Like on the right side, they're bent inward, kind of crazy like.
Hmm.
Fungus.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah.
It is the
But
poo poo.
anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I need to
Moo.
go shopping for food. I think I should buy one of those frozen pizzas.
If you must. Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't usually finish them very quickly. It's often like several meals worth of food if I buy one, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what
Like,
happened to me. I bought a rotisserie chicken, and when I do that, it's usually worth about 4 meals.
Yeah, well, and I mean, like, if I dole the pizza out to myself and maybe two slices every day or every meal or something, it lasts a while. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like, I should go get one, I guess, at some point today. I don't really want to go out.
I don't blame you.
I got myself some Texas toast to turn into pizzas.
Hmm. I don't really 100% know what Texas toast is.
Basically, just garlic toast.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, that
and
sounds good then. I mean, I like garlic.
doesn't it have to be an inch thick or something as well?
You just put some spaghetti sauce on it, some mozzarella, and you got yourself a pizza.
Yeah, well, I've been doing that with just basic white bread, is putting marinara, mozzarella, maybe some black olives and pepperoni on there, and bada bing, bada bang, bada fuko. I basically make like a panini out of it, but in a frying pan. I don't have one of those press deals.
Yeah, I usually top it with pepperoni and cheddar.
Hmm. I don't know.
Oh my.
My brain went somewhere absolutely terrible, and I probably shouldn't even say it. But do you think fecophiliacs like pooperoni?
Oh my, I don't want to think about that.
Well, I mean, my brain goes places that sometimes it probably ought not to have, and that was
Yes,
one of
it
them.
does. Oh my word. Wait a minute, what do we got here? Oh no, Stool's going on about a replica SNW uniform. Geez, Stool,
Yeah.
don't you ever give up?
Hey, if he wants to send me one, I will send him photos. But if he's not going to do that, then he really ought to put a sock in it about it.
Oh God.
I mean, geez, I said no to the butter churn, but this one I'll do.
Oh my. I don't know. Put you and a butter churn in the same room? I don't know if you can do that.
Why not?
Oh, how's that head meats thing coming along?
Pretty well. I actually like sort of accidentally created in it there's one frame that I think would be absolutely perfect for a t-shirt.
Oh,
And I sort of accidentally landed on it and just absolutely had to do something with it. Like, okay, this is not the expression the character has in the animation because the one she had was a little too bland. But imagine that
hey.
on a
Yeah,
t-shirt. Wouldn't that
yeah.
be great on a t-shirt?
I'd buy it.
That'd be a decent. Yeah, that'd be a decent T-shirt.
It's yeah. So that's what I'm working on right now. Is
I like the
yeah.
rocket boots. I really do.
Well, they are very prominent in this particular episode.
You have to consider making that T-shirt. You really do.
Well, I've got the image saved. It's saved as a PNG. I should actually CMYK it because that's so much easier to print on a shirt. But
Wait a minute. What is
yeah.
CMYK?
Oh, well,
Color.
right now it's in our RGB format, and CMYK is much better for printing. CMYK cyan, yellow, magenta, and black.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah,
Yeah. So CMYK. Right now it's in RGB format, and I should change that.
yeah. Because what is it now? The RGB is additive, and then the other one is subtractive.
Oh, yeah.
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 Okay.
Something like
Yeah.
that. But regardless, it's easier to print.
Tayo korostu.
Yeah. Um, but I mean, in the actual picture, and unfortunately, I only rendered out a low res version of that, or like in the original, the actual frame for the animation. I mean, it like her expression is a little more oh, I don't have a word for it. She almost looks dumbfounded in a way. Is they?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a slightly different expression. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh man, sure. I'd definitely buy it. Definitely wear it around here and maybe catch someone's eye and a little bit of advertising for you. Yeah, I saw that one when you posted it
Now,
originally. I love that.
does that paper, the brown stuff, have a name? It must.
I
Brown paper
believe
bag.
I believe it's called craft paper. Kraft.
Oh, huh. Well, I was trying to think of a name of it and couldn't. Yeah, it appears to be, yeah, that looks like it. So like when I was trying to think of a name of it, my brain said, well, it's pumpernickel paper. And
Yeah, yeah.
I had to make the meme. I had to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Oh my, okay. Oh, we've got 5 people watching now. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? You haven't got bored with us
Pumpernickel
yet.
is such a weird word.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
it.
as I understand it, it apparently translates to fart goblin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's see. German to Ingerlosh. Pumpernickel translates as pumpernickel. God damn it.
I am.
Actually, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. If
Word
I
supposedly
see.
stems from an old Bavarian term for hard.
Hmm. So there is a bread company in Vermont, where, as I understand it, the story is that they were trying to come up with a name for their company, and they were trying for hours and hours and hours. No one could come up with anything, and someone just went, "Oh, bread," and so they called it "Oh Bread," right? Now you know how like people talk about the greatest thing since sliced bread. Well, these people sell slabs of bread. Like it's not even loaves. It's a big dome of bread.
It's kind of like the story of how there's this anime called Durarara,
Hmm.
and the way it came up with this name is the creator just thought it sounded good.
Huh.
It had no meaning whatsoever. He just it was asked, okay, come up with a name for this. So he just okay, Durarara. There's
Hmm.
no meaning to it behind it whatsoever.
Well, a lot of the like names I've been coming up with for fictional characters and alien races and stuff are actually misheard song lyrics or lyrics from songs in foreign languages.
Hmm.
All right.
Like, there's actually a character I want to create named Sonia Somerteter, and that's actually taken from Somger Somarteter. I forget what Somger means, but Somerteter is summertime in Swedish.
Oh, okay.
Right, and it's actually from a song called Somarteter from the band that Per Gessle was in before he started Roxette. And it just sounds good to me. Sonia Somerteter. Just sounds like a good name. I might take off the teeter and just call her Sonia Somar, which would make her name Sonia Summer, which isn't bad at all.
You know, this whole talk about with the shooting with the Uvalde, the school shooting.
Hmm.
I keep hearing the name of the place Uvalde and thinking that sounds like a name of an alien race in Star Trek.
Yeah, actually, the Uvalde, I could see that. Yeah. It does. It's weird to me how I can't think of even one alien species, be it Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever. Well, no, wait, I can think of one, but it's from Spaceballs, where it's a species, race, government, whatever that ends in ish. It's always E and Ian and E's. Like you don't hear about the Romulish or the whatever Klingish. You know that you don't hear that a lot. The only one I can think of is Druish Princess from Spaceballs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
The only one I can think of. And so, I mean, I gotta think of that when I come up with an alien race name.
Hmm.
You know, to call them something ish. But apparently, Somger Somarteter means provides summertime.
Oh,
Yeah, I can't think of a single one other than Spaceballs.
Yeah, is that weird?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like something I've thought about in the United. Like, it's not universal, but it seems like you're more likely to get an ease out of like the East rather than the West. You know, Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas, you know, you get the English, the French, the Italian. You know, the German. You don't get a lot of eases in the West.
So it seems.
And I wonder why, especially since that's clearly an English thing. Like in Japan, they don't call themselves the Japanese. They don't even call it Japan. It's Nippon or Nihon or Nippon or Nihon,
Yeah.
right? So like, and I mean, I don't know what the Chinese call themselves, but in Japan, it's Chugoku, or you know, Chugoku Jin is a Chinese person. So, I mean, like, we came up with, or at least our ancestors came up with the e's, Ian, ish, etc. And for some reason, they decided to tap the east for the eases for the most part.
Yeah, and I don't know if it has anything to do with the root, because I mean, I was just going through it in my head, and Chinese and Japanese don't
Well,
sound right to me, but is that because I'm already
hold on,
accustomed
hold
to
on,
the
hold on,
other
hold on, hold
stuff?
on, hold on, hold on. Not Japanish, Japanish.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I can deal with that.
Yeah.
But does it sound weird to me because I'm already so accustomed to the Japanese that Japanish does not sound right? I don't know.
I mean, you know, Japanish, Vietnamish. I mean, it does a little bit sound like you're saying they're only slightly Japanish. They only a little bit possess the quality of being Japanese because they're just Japan-ish.
Yeah, huh?
You know, it's kind
Americanish.
of like when I describe my Jewish relatives who are only culturally Jewish as being Jewish. They're not Jews. They're just Jewish.
Okay, okay, yeah.
You know. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's Americanish. That worked.
Americanian. Well, wait, America. There shouldn't be an N in there. It should be America.
Well, we can
The
borrow.
Americi. There
We
we go.
can,
We are the Americi.
well,
There
we
you
can
are.
borrow from the Germans and call ourselves Amerikaner.
No, but it does sometimes bother the pedant in me that looks at America and American, and I'm like, but there's more than one America. There's Central and South, and I mean, we're not even just North Americans because that's got Canada. It was but you can't call yourself a USer or a USC and USA and United-ish.
Right,
A statesian, a stater. I mean, there really isn't a word that you can make out of United States of America that indicates nationality. It just doesn't work.
right. Yeah.
Which is why sometimes I just go with American, even though part of me thinks it's not right.
Well, I ran into a little bit of a problem with that the first time I crossed the border going north. This was I was a kid. I didn't know any better, and the person at the border booth or whatever you want to call that, asked me what was my nationality. I answered American, and he immediately shot back, "What country?" One of these deals, and I see his point because. As you say, America is not confined to the United States.
But also, though, it did sound like he asked your country of origin rather than your nationality.
Um, well, whatever wording he used, because I don't remember. This was like 40 years ago. Um, I got the impression that he wanted demographics rather than geography, but he wanted the country of origin, I guess. So I got it wrong.
I always found it interesting
Well,
how I always found it interesting how the name America is derived from Amerigo Vespucci, so we could have also been called Vespuccia.
Yeah, well, there was one joke I heard on a album years and years and years ago, where they started singing "God Bless Vespucci Land," one of these deals.
Well, I don't know. I mean, wouldn't that make us all Vespas?
And might
Uh,
Vespal virgins or something. I don't know.
well, no, I mean, Vespa, like the scooters, the Vespas.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about those.
You've never heard of a Vespa?
I don't get out of the house much.
Okay, but I mean, okay, it just seems like a weird gap to have.
Yeah, I don't know. I should get out more. I really should. But about all I get out now for is to bleed into a machine for 4 hours every other
Okay,
day.
but these things are ubiquitous. How do you not know about a Vespa? It just
Oh,
seems like a really weird thing to miss. They've been around for ages.
I don't see too
Legally?
many of those. I don't.
Really?
Yeah.
That is so strange. You realize this is the sort of thing I was thinking of getting just a bit more badass so it could go on a highway.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I'd
'Cause they
consider.
do make some really like they might as well be a motorcycle. The only difference is how you sit on it kind of scooters.
Okay. Um,
Because you really are in more of a seated rather than crouched position on a scooter.
I'd
Like
consider. I'd consider something like that were it not for the winters. I wouldn't be able to use them, and then I wouldn't have anywhere to put it.
hmm. But back to the whole like America discussion. I mean, one of the and like the border guard who wanted a specific answer. One of the frustrations I've had with my parents, especially my father, is not hearing the words I say and answering what he thinks I mean. Like, we were looking at vehicles because I wanted to maybe get a vehicle. I mean, there's a bunch of extra money since the condo here is worth way more than the one I'm getting in Vermont. So I
Okay.
might get a vehicle from that. And scooter's a bad idea in Vermont because, winter.
Yeah.
Uh, so we were looking at cars, and I had navigated away from the page we were on because I was looking at other cars, and I was asking, but all of a sudden I was trying to remember, oh crap, what was the car that we had been looking at that seemed the most promising? And I asked my dad, what was the name of the car that we were looking at, the one that we had just, mutually decided was great? And he said, oh, it's the one on the page. I was like, Dad, no, the name of the car. And he's like, the blue one. Dad, the name of the car. Say the name. Like anything other than saying the name. And eventually I said, Dad, I need you to hear my words. What is the name of the car? And eventually he gave it up, but he kept trying to go outside the parameters of what I had asked.
Okay.
And I was like, this is beyond frustrating because I'm making a specific data request and I'm getting back what is more like input rather than answers.
This almost feels like it turned into a "Who's on First" joke.
Well, yeah, except it wasn't the least bit funny. And,
Yeah.
and I've been dealing with that sort of shit for decades, and the frustration builds eventually, needless to say. So, I mean, it's something that we've been working on, trying to repair our relationship, but that's very frustrating. It sounds like that's what was going on with the guard, is he had asked a question, and he wanted the specific wording of the question he asked to be followed.
Okay.
You know.
Any particular interest I could have had in motorcycles was lost after driving past a really bad accident. The traffic stopped, and I looked out my window and looked down, and I saw a bit of the guy's brain sitting there.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of gave up on the whole scooter idea for two reasons. One, because I fell off of it and like really hurt my ankle. Not my fault. I was supposed to be doing a certain maneuver that the instructor at the thing was supposed to, he like gives a signal to stop a certain way. And he waited until he was almost completely out of my peripheral vision, even with my head turned to give the signal. And at that point, I was so like anticipating what I was supposed to do that I forgot to do it correctly and fell over. That also because a guy I know from Seattle got into a really bad motorcycle accident where a power line fell down right in front of him and yanked him off of the bike.
Oh
And
no.
like he had to have his face reconstructed, and he was in the hospital for like at least 6 months, maybe more. It was just it was crazy the damage that was done to him. If there was no danger of falling off of a motorcycle, if there was no danger of being bodily hurt, I would be a lot more likely to get one. You know?
Yeah, at
Yeah,
least,
I'm not quite ready to be moving, oh, I don't know, 60, 70 miles an hour, out to the open air. I mean, if I had something with two wheels, it would just be for, putting around town. But,
yeah.
Well, it's very much. I mean, there is a thrill to it. Even just going 30 miles an hour, I was like, now I get why people ride for fun. Holy crap, this is cool. You know, like I don't know.
well,
To what Greg is asking in the chat, the missing link between motorcycles and scooters. One, probably engine size.
yeah.
Two, I think the engine is kept in a slightly different place. But number three, just how you're sitting on the bastard. I mean, like on a scooter, you're seated almost like you're in a chair. Where in a motorcycle, you're more like crouching over it. You're closer to supine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
the
then, yeah.
configuration is different.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know
yeah.
going down a really.
Also, there's very few automatic transmissions in motorcycles, while scooters, you can get them almost as standard as cars.
Oh, okay. No, I become very frightened just going down a steep hill on a bicycle.
Hmm.
Um, in a when you're going maybe 15 miles an hour at the bottom of the hill, I'm scared. So I don't know how I would do on a motorcycle on the open road.
Yeah, I mean, like if there was a hover cycle, I would be much
Mm.
more likely to get that because I think it would be much more difficult to fall off of the bastard.
Okay then. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if nothing else, like with a motorcycle, if you don't brake exactly the right way, it can be very bad for you.
Yeah.
And if you brake at the wrong time, it can be very bad for you.
Okay then.
Like the last thing you want to do is brake while you're turning.
Oh God, I can
Oh
see where
yeah.
that would not be good. Yeah.
And there's this whole thing about counter steering that you need to do when you're going really fast. That I felt like it was intuitive, but I think a lot of people would have trouble with it.
At least with that accident, I saw the body was already in the ambulance, but there was one accident my mom passed by. It was a car accident, and she was passing by just as they were removing the guy's head.
Yeah.
She was kind of traumatized after that.
Yeah. I really haven't seen, I think I've only seen one really bad, and I won't even call it bad, but an accident that was dramatic, let's say. I mean, I've seen a fender bender or two, but I remember, I don't know who pulled out into traffic at the wrong time and who had the right of way, but like someone got T-boned. It was sedan versus SUV. The SUV got T-boned, and the lady driving it apparently couldn't get enough control back before she hit the light post, the lamp post. Um, and it was wow. I mean, because I was watching it and I could see it happening. It was almost like it was in slow mo, but there was obviously nothing I could do about it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it
Okay.
was just watching it happen, going, "Huh, this is interesting."
Oh
And then when
yeah.
it was over, I actually sort of ended up getting involved because I was trying to help people because I'm a nice person. And there's this whole thing where, like, I was coming back from one of my neurology appointments, and the lady who T-boned the SUV was on her way to the same hospital, right? So I was actually able to follow her, and someone had actually handed me her cell phone so I could reassure her sister, I think it was, that she was okay. And I had to hand the cell phone off to a nurse so I could get back to where I was supposed to be.
Okay.
It,
Okay.
it was interesting.
Oh, I remember this one accident. I was sitting at a stop up light, and there was a guy behind me, and behind him was a cop. And I guess I guess he was on drugs or something because he freaked out from the cop behind him, and went around onto the median strip as fast as he could and smashed right into the tree next to me.
Oh my.
If the cop wasn't there, I would have gotten out, checked, make sure the guy was there, but I just kind of drove on. But there was already a police officer right there, so
One thing that's kind of interesting is when like traffic is full on congested and an ambulance shows up or a fire truck,
Oh
police.
my,
Yeah.
yeah.
I've seen that where the ambulance can't really get around.
Well, and everyone's trying to pull to the side, but like there's 4 lanes of traffic and there isn't enough side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
You know, one thing I haven't seen that I'm surprised I haven't seen is as soon as the ambulance goes by, someone like some opportunist just guns it and follows. And
Yeah,
I don't mean like an ambulance chasing lawyer. I just mean someone who's like going, you know what? If I go now, I can get like really far before anyone else gets back into the lane.
yep, that's very common.
I've never seen it.
I've seen that quite a few times, and I've also heard a number of stories from people who drove ambulances.
Oh, huh. I've only been the patient in an ambulance once.
Unfortunately, I have been several times recently, and not my favorite activity.
Never been in an ambulance before, and I've never been hospitalized either.
Yeah, well, I've
Well, lucky
definitely been
you.
that.
I mean, I'm happy for you
Yeah,
on that
I'm
one.
I'm still I'm still waiting for that shoe to drop.
Hmm. Well, I mean, there's good and bad things about the hospital. I mean, I don't know why people bitch about the food. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
Um, but at the same time, like I've told stories about when they kept me in the hospital for most of a week and my ass started to hurt from being in the bed for so long.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Starting to understand why people get bed sores. Holy shit.
Yeah, I've had a few close calls with almost going to the hospital. Like one time where I was having these really bad stomach cramps, and I tried to get to the bathroom, and I just keeled over in the hallway and just laid there for about 15 minutes.
Oops. I take
They
it.
wouldn't let me
Hopefully,
go
nothing
in
horrible happened.
they wouldn't let me go in the ambulance when well, I mean, I've told that story about me and Flea when I had to save her life that time. They wouldn't let me ride to the hospital with her.
Oh, gee.
Yeah.
Oh my. No, I got what is it, 4 or 5 ambulance rides just this year. When the dialysis clinic called an ambulance on me. I mean, one time I passed out in the chair, and a couple of times I was screaming in pain, and all this other horse shit and everything else. And everything had to break all at once, man.
Well, I don't know. Most of the times I've been hospitalized have been non-emergencies.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
It's been like prepping for the brain surgery kind of
Yeah.
stuff, or getting the EEG test done, that sort of thing.
Oh, what, did they have to take you from where you were to another place for the EEG?
No, I'm just saying that was a hospitalization that wasn't an emergency.
Ah, to sa nebetrada. Teo karasa. Okay.
So most of my hospitalizations have not been an emergency. In fact, I think only one has been.
Oh, man, there's the
Hey,
thing.
Xander, don't do that. Taking swipes at your sister. Why?
There's the thing. I cannot remember when I was in the hospital for a month. That time when I was 18, I had to be taken from where I was to the Cleveland Clinic to have a CAT scan because there were no other CAT scans in Cleveland at the time. I cannot remember whether they took me in an ambulance or whether the male slimy bastard took me. I cannot
Hmm.
remember.
Okay.
And this was when I was 18, so it was like in the Precambrian era. So my memory
Yeah.
is
When I
fading.
think of what like hospitals and surgery must have been like before I was born, it's terrifying.
There you go. Well, this was not before you were born, but it was just barely. This was
Really?
76. This was
All
76.
right. Well, but even so, I mean, like when I think of, say, you know, uh, World War II era 40s surgery sounds just like it could not possibly have been. Yeah, it sounds like we were still in here, bite on this bullet era.
Pretty close, actually. Yeah. I know you didn't have the selection of anesthetics and didn't have a lot of the support equipment.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm glad I live now.
Well, there are some advantages to living now. Yes, I give you that much.
I mean, there are a lot of disadvantages too, but
Yeah, yeah. But I was just thinking about that
I
a
say
couple
this
days
all the
ago.
time. I would not give up being an 80s kid for anything, except if someone presented me with a hyperspace capable starship, I'd have a choice to make. Like if someone said, you can live in the future, not have been an 80s kid, but you can live in a Star Warsian, Star Trekian, Orvillean, like future. You just don't get to be an 80s kid. I'd have to decide.
Okay, okay.
I mean, because I adore the 80s, and I keep talking about that special bond that 80s kids have. And, like I would hate to give that up.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that sort of thing a couple of days ago. I mean, would I want to go back to the 1960s? And I'm not sure I'd want to go back because there are the advantages to living now. I mean, there are, as you said, there are the disadvantages as well. Um, but
Like pandemic and everyone's broke.
yeah, that sort of thing. And
Not to mention Putin's gonna nuke us.
yeah, if he's gonna nuke us, just drop the damn thing on my head. Okay, I'll be happy with that.
And then make it explode.
Yeah, huh? Yeah.
But,
Oh man.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, there was something so special about being a kid in the 80s. There really was. Like, I mean, gosh, how old was I when E.T. came out? Not very. And, like all of the friendly alien movies that came out in the wake of it, like Flight of the Navigator and, why am I fucking blanking on the other one? I mean, not Mac and Me, because that was garbage.
Explorers.
Yes, Explorers. Thank you. Why was it? The hell, I have a copy of it sitting less than like within arm's reach of me. And also, I mean, Cocoon, for example. I
Oh, I
mean, there
love
was
that
just
film.
something so special about having all of those movies available to you as a kid, plus all the other ones out there. I mean, it was very much a time of wonder as a child. There was a lot of, looking to the stars and the future and hoping and all of this stuff and thinking aliens could be our friends unless of course they're xenomorphs or predators. There was just something very optimistic about that time, at least if you were a kid and didn't have to look at politics.
Well, there's the thing I've got going with the 60s. That sort of thing was the case with me, but it was, instead of the movies, it was the space program. And that era of exploration and discovery and everything. I absolutely love that. But was the Cold War worth it? I don't know. Or was it worth the Cold War?
Well, I mean, that's one of the things I'm doing with Quinn Redshift is it is an alternaverse, and the timeline split around about World War II, where instead of the Cold War, everyone said, "Wow, that sucked. Fuck that, never again," and starts the like coming together to form a sort of Star Trekian, Starfleetian kind of like everyone comes together and it's all fine kind of thing. You know what I
Uh huh.
mean? Like
Okay.
that
Oh,
more utopian future that Star Trek presents.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all a result of after World War II people saying never again.
and let's take note. Diana said it's space program instead of space program.
Yeah, there
Uh-huh.
you go.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways that you say things that are off center of the norm that I think are affectations rather than something that you grew up with.
I don't know. I truly don't know. Because it just comes right out. I mean, occasionally it comes out wrong and you get and you get space program. But
Except that's correct.
well, I don't
All right,
know.
where's the U after that R? It's not space program, it's space program.
Or it could be space bufu too.
Except it's not spelled Bufu.
Don't give me that because it's not spelled iodine either.
Yes, it is.
That would be Iodin.
No. Well, I mean, are you saying that INE can never produce an ein sound?
Well,
Because I would
let's
like
see.
to introduce you to fine dining. When you dine at a diner and you have a fork that has tines.
Oh my! And you have chlorine, and you have fluorine, and
Okay,
yeah.
have you ever noticed that sometimes words that are spelled the same are pronounced differently?
Where's the line?
Yeah.
Move beef. Oh
And
my!
then I'm gonna have to look this up. I seem to have this vague memory of like, oh, what was it? There was something that ended. It had a suffix that was the same as another suffix, but they were actually from completely different roots, and that's why they were pronounced differently.
Well, I'm not getting anywhere with that one. I suppose it would have to be a little more descriptive, but I'm sure there are things like
Iodine. Iodine.
Let's see. In fact, well, let's see. All right. The iode part, the ein. Actually, the ein is English. It's not Greek.
Hmm.
Like I'm looking at the roots here, and it's got ion and iodase, I guess, from Greek, and it turns into iodase, and then in French iode, and the English add the ein on the end of it. So it's
Iodine.
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 Where are you getting
Iodine.
that one from?
That's coming. Okay, when I put iodine pronunciation into Google, and it returns this.
Yeah, actually, what I was asking is where is it from? Like, as in, is that a specific regional pronunciation? Because I have noticed you try to default to British pronunciations and spellings.
Well, let's see. I think in the corner I'm seeing British pronunciation. Yeah.
Like I said, you have a tendency to try to sound British in a lot of things.
Okay, now this is interesting. I'm reading this cold. Why is iodine pronounced different? Fluorine has an ending that sounds like where they have EEN in quotes, and iodine has an ending that sounds like INE. Well, they're wrong, but they could be wrong if they want.
No. Okay, how many people have to tell you you're wrong before you start to suspect that maybe they have a point?
A booful.
Uh-huh.
Okay, bromine, chlorine, and astatine also have an. So clearly iodine is an outlier. Who's saying? Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to look at this to see who's. Oh, Stack Exchange. So this is people writing in on it. Okay. They don't have any reason that they don't give any reason that Americans are wrong on this one, but I don't understand.
Yeah, except not wrong. I mean, let's remember that the English are people who put oregano on their Italian food.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
Oh man.
so here's a question.
Here's an answer.
That vaguely salty water that they often use to flesh out eyes, how do you pronounce that? Starts with an S.
Saline?
Yeah, saline,
Yeah, like iodine.
except it's iodine. You see? Here's a question. Here's a question. Those dogs are canines?
Canines.
Right, yeah.
Cunning.
Right. Yeah. Uh-huh. Seriously, though, how many people have to tell you that you're wrong before you start to suspect they might at least a little bit have a point?
Oh, they can be wrong all they want. I don't care.
Yes, but what would it take to convince you you're wrong? Is it possible?
Oh, it's possible. I don't know how likely, but it's possible.
Yeah.
Like,
So the other day I was like I got this like cans of compressed air, right? Well, I got a device that looks like a drill that does it and it's rechargeable, right? I don't have to keep buying cans of compressed air. And I decided to clean out my computers, and oh my gosh, like it hasn't been very long since I've cleaned out my computers, but the amount of dust that came out of them, one of them had a literal cobweb in it.
Ooh.
Huh.
And I'm
Now, wait a
like,
minute. Can you describe?
it's been a month tops.
Can you describe where I can look at one of these things? It sounds like something I might like to have.
Cobweb?
No, the piece of equipment.
I'm not actually sure. I'd have to go looking through my orders somewhere unless I got it at the hardware store. I don't know.
I do have one for blowing up my tires. I don't know if it's the same thing.
Probably not, but let me
Ah,
there we go.
I wonder if I could look up personal air compressor.
Or you could just look at the camera here.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's a little
Cooney.
See? Also, weed. But yeah, it's that.
Rechargeable desk fan.
But
Best
yeah,
cordless air
the
duster.
amount of, not only did a shit ton of dust come out of my computers, but I have an app that'll tell you your computer's temperature, what it's running at, and it was cut almost in half.
Uh-huh. No,
I'm
what
not-
I could.
like my new place in Vermont, I have made sure that my computers will be at like tabletop height off of the floor. So, and I'm gonna get one of those plastic deals that you can put under a desk. You know what I'm talking about? They're sort of like a rubber mat.
Oh, yeah.
Because dust has been the bane of my existence with these computers, and I need to, do something about it. So I'm basically building my computer workspace in Vermont from the ground up to have like dust protection for my computers.
Yeah, because, excuse me, excuse me again, please. The cases here get filled with dust and cat fur instantly. I mean, I can blow them out, and when I put the case back together, like the next day, it's still full of shit. So I wouldn't mind having one of these pieces of equipment where I don't have to buy canned air all the time.
Yeah.
Oh my.
This is the little jobby do I was talking about here, where you can see the temperature, the CPU temp right now.
Oh,
It was getting up into the 150s and 60s just at rest before I
Wow.
cleaned it out.
Yeah,
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I can get one of those applications. I just haven't installed it on any of the machines. And then there's this cat. Hello, little one. You want all the attention, don't you? Yes. I don't know. Oh, God. I'm looking at some of the pictures they have over here, and they look pretty damn suggestive.
Pictures of what?
Huh?
You're looking at some of the pictures they have over here. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
cordless air dusters.
Oh,
And they look like something I'd find at one of those special stores, in the
And I might
seedy
consider
side of
getting this
town.
one that comes with the vacuum.
There
just
you go.
to me, it looks like something. If it's suggestive at all, it might be something you use to irrigate the nose or the ears on a baby.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's just where my brain goes first.
Oh, boy, yeah. Okay, so you were showing one of those Cooney things, yes.
Yeah, came with a little vacuum thing, and
Uh, I mean, it's been pretty useful so far. It didn't seem like it at first, because, like with the compressed air, I could just use it on the outside of the case and it would get a lot of stuff out. But with this thing, I had to open up the case, and yeah. Not that I haven't opened up the case and cleaned it out before, it's just that this time I really had to, because the device wouldn't let me do anything else.
Okay.
So,
actually, I should probably open my computer up and clean it out. It's been about a year since I got it.
Might not be a bad idea. I mean, really, all you need to do just for general maintenance is take the side panel off, and you really don't have to move anything around inside.
Yeah.
yeah. One thing I really like, one of my newer computers, you don't need a screwdriver to take the damn thing off. It actually sticks out a bit so you can unscrew it just with your fingers.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
actually, the one I'm on right now has a little latch on it that will open it up.
Yeah, my two cases have knurled nuts on them, which makes things really easy. I don't need the screwdriver or anything like that. The only thing I have to do is replace the nuts rather than set them down, because there is a certain furry creature here who likes to carry things off. Yeah, and yeah, I'm talking about you. Mm-hmm.
I've had to make sure that, like, Xander knows perfectly well there are certain places he doesn't get to go. Right? Where
Okay.
it's just, this is not allowed, buddy. You don't get to go there. And so now, if I want to make sure he doesn't like touch something, I can put it on my computer desk and he'll leave it alone because he knows he doesn't belong up there.
This one, she's not going for that one. She's kleptomaniac. Yeah. I take it there are still things around here in various places that she's carried it off, and I never did find it. Yeah,
I
you.
do wonder about that. Sometimes there are a bunch of things I can't find, and I wonder, did they get lost in the move or did Columbia abscond?
It does happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's like not a lot has gone missing since I've gotten Xander, but I don't know.
Oh, Staleki Metradadayeke. What do you got? Oh boy, that's a little pricey.
What?
Oh, an air duster for $80.
It is interesting. Like, I don't understand the pricing on some of these things because things that don't seem any way different in quality have this tendency to be weirdly expensive. Like,
Mm-hmm.
compared to other stuff that'll get the job done and won't break. It's
Yeah.
kind of like how, for some reason, like the generic store brands are often better than the real thing.
I've seen it
Well,
happen.
a lot of time you're paying for the brand name rather than anything else.
Yeah,
Why?
that's true.
Why would I get like I can't remember a time when I've bought something completely unrelated, like say a food item, just because it had a character from a movie I like on it. Like I've never bought a bag of Ruffles just because Obi-Wan Kenobi's pictured on it. Unless I actually get something Star Warsy that I can keep. I don't. Why would I care?
I've seen that sort of thing happen many much times. My ex used to work at Lowe's, the big box store, and she would mention that there were people who would buy certain things that they had there simply because a certain NASCAR driver was advertising them or had his picture on it and all this shit. I don't
That's
get that.
weird.
Well, I know people who actually will collect that stuff and not open it.
Oh yeah,
Well,
okay.
sure, sure. I actually do have a bottle of Jones Nuka-Cola Quantum unopened. Like, okay, I guess none of you have played Fallout.
That's true.
There's a game series called Fallout, and there's a soda brand called Nuka-Cola that is, it works like it heals you and stuff like that. And like Jones Soda, for a little while there, put out Nuka-Cola, and actually Nuka-Cola Quantum. And I bought 2 bottles of it, one to drink, because I wanted to know what it was like. And it was kind of berry flavored, a little blue raspberry-y,
Okay.
you know?
Yep.
But then there was the other bottle that is just sitting on a shelf, and I haven't opened it.
I was unable to find that.
Yeah, I think I got it on eBay. Although I might have gotten it on Amazon, I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know why. I've always liked the post-apocalypse genre of fiction, and Fallout really did it well in 3 and 4. I thought that New Vegas was not that great, and I never tried 76. And I mean, 1 and 2 were good for what they were, but they were a very different format of game. They were overhead isometric rather than first person. 4 just looks amazing, and it's fun to just go around in the world, you know. So I mean, I just really latched onto the series. I have the bobbleheads of the Vault Tech Pip-Boy guy, you know, and like I have a Fallout backpack, a Fallout hoodie. I just really like the series. It's a lot of fun.
Okay.
See all the bobbleheads there.
Oh my. Well, I have a bubble arm. There's this one guy, I don't know if he still attends the ball games or not, but he would take a bass drum to the Indians games and he'd be pounding on it. And the Indians actually put out a bobble arm of this guy some years ago.
So here is the Fallout backpack. It's designed to look like the Vault Dweller's uniform. Right? I was having a very hard time finding it because it had been discontinued, and I was like, I don't want to spend $200, and then I found it for like $60, and I said yes.
All right then.
Nice find.
So
Oh God. I'm
yeah,
old.
I'm pretty happy with some of the Fallout stuff I've gotten, and the Nuka-Cola Quantum was one of them. The only thing about it that disappointed me is it did not come in a Nuka-Cola bottle. Because in the game, the bottles that Nuka-Cola come in look like this, right? But
Okay.
the Nuka-Cola Quantum Soda just came in a standard Jones bottle.
Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed by that. But, I mean, I suppose I could pour this into this, but then it just wouldn't be, I don't know.
Well,
So-
wouldn't you have the chance of it going Tango uniform too, because you don't have it sealed and all that stuff?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I don't know what, like, I guess I got hooked on the post-apocalypse genre when I saw The Road Warrior, or Mad Max 2, to those of you not living in the United States. And it just, there was something about it, and I've been hooked ever since.
All right.
I don't know. I mean, I'm one of the few people who enjoyed Waterworld, damn it.
Okay. I don't know what you're saying, but then again, I don't get out of the house all that much.
Well, I mean, where most of the post-apocalypse stuff is like, you know, post-nuclear, or if not nuclear, post some big war, everything goes to shit, and it's usually in the desert, right? The
Okay,
water
then.
wall, the post-apocalypse thing was like, and I know this is scientifically wrong, but the ice caps melt, everything's flooded, there's no dry land, and everyone's trying to survive as like on makeshift boats and shit, right? And so it's a lot like the Mad Max series, but on water.
Okay,
They-
okay.
and it is universally panned. This movie, like apparently the entire world has collectively decided it's shit, but I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. So I don't know what the deal is with the people, the haters, but eh,
I didn't think it was that bad.
I didn't think it was bad at all.
Moo.
And it's weird because like I tried to watch Tank Girl again recently, and just I was like, I enjoyed this. What the hell? But I guess it's still good, but eh. I was hoping Turbo Kid was going to be taken seriously, but as a comedy, a post-apocalypse comedy, it's pretty good. It's a Canadian movie, and I guess so. It takes place in Canada, and it's a lot like The Road Warrior, except the main character is this kid with a bicycle.
I seem to be in the minority of the people who didn't really like Fury Road.
I hated it. I thought it was terrible. But my biggest beef with it was that I just didn't give a damn. Right? Like it was one of those movies, the way I keep describing them, it felt like watching somebody else play a video game.
Okay.
I thought Fury Road needed a plot. And it needed to make me care about the characters, and I really didn't. I had the same problem with Rogue One. They just never made me give a damn.
I don't know. You had that guy on that makeshift vehicle playing a guitar that shoots flames for just because.
Yeah. Now, there was a Mad Max, well, I played it on PC, but it looks like it was designed for a console system, a video game, recent, that was actually pretty good. It seemed to follow more from the Fury Road vein than the Mad Max I grew up on, but it was still a pretty fun game. It's hard to describe, but they captured the post-apocalypse feel perfectly. And they didn't make it. But you ever play one of those video games where your weapons constantly need repairing, or they'll break and stop working, or whatever?
I don't
And
think so.
they managed to not do that, thankfully. It seemed like they could have. I'm trying to remember what the game was. It was one of those survival games where you need to find a constant supply of water because like you constantly have to feed your character. You constantly have to sustain your character. Otherwise, you start losing hit points and shit. And I'm like, this is starting to feel more like work. And I'm very tense trying to make sure that my character stays alive enough so that I can do the things I actually want to do and start playing instead of doing life maintenance. There's too many games like that these days where there's all these survival elements built into them.
If you introduce that kind of thing, you really need to really space it out so it's not interfering with the actual gameplay.
Yeah. I seem to remember hearing about, was it Red Dead Redemption or 2 or something?
Oh,
or
yeah,
something in
2.
that game where you had to meticulously wash each of your character's body parts in a bath. Otherwise, you're too stinky to deal with or something. There was some weird thing where you had to do all this maintenance. And
Yeah, they had every little minutia of thing you had to do in that game. It was 2.
it sounded so terrible. I never want to play it.
Did we just run out of things to say?
No, a little piece of something caught my attention here on my Twitter feed. 4 days ago, somebody posted on this day in 1958, David Isom 19 broke the color line in a Florida segregated public pool. It resulted in officials closing the facility. Isn't that great, the way some people do that shit?
So we're like what? Did we think he was gonna contaminate the water with his blackness?
I think so, actually. I think that's not that far from the truth.
That's
Um,
weird. What were they afraid of catching?
I think they were afraid that they'd start getting dark themselves, because I do know of cases where people would not want to accept, say, a blood transfusion from a black person because they thought they would turn black.
Why wouldn't a black person turn white from a white transfusion?
I have no idea.
And and it's always black and white. I keep thinking there's like other people that you consider not white, like Asians and Native Americans and stuff. Like why does no one turn red from a Native American transfusion? In fact, what if we take Native American and Asian like blood and make someone turn orange? That's what happened to Trump.
Yeah,
That's what
there you
happened
go.
to Trump. Oh my gosh. That's sort of like their logic makes no sense until you go through that lens that like I think they mentioned it in the alt-right playbook about how they don't think that white is a race. Like white is what a human is when they don't have race. Is the way they think of themselves.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember that one, but yeah, that makes sense.
Okay,
Yeah.
I counted that.
So like I can see them thinking, oh my gosh, non-white blood would taint me, quote unquote.
Yeah, well, I remember Aaron Ra talking about the way people would view his wife, because I guess Lavender is mixed Vietnamese and I don't know what else, but yeah, there's that one drop thing where if you're anything but white at all, then you're bad.
Now here's the part that knocks me out. I bet even racists go out to get a suntan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, sometimes the whole suntan thing, you should have seen, oh, my ex-wife. She would get some sun, and you would not know that she had Irish background. You'd think she was Ugandan or something like that. I mean, she would
Oh,
go dark.
I tan like a son of a bitch. You have no idea. Like it's weird because I live in Southern California, but I don't get out much because there's nowhere to go unless you have a car, right? But when I was like a kid in Vermont, I would be out in summer all the time because I had very easy beach access, right? I mean, I lived right on Lake Champlain, right on Shelburne Bay,
Okay.
and so I would like lie on the beach all the time and get a tan, you know, and it was like crazy how dark I would get because I have so many swarthy races going on. I mean, 30% Africa, 30% Italy. I mean, hell, I'm pretty sure the 33% Ashkenazi, they have a tendency to be a bit swarthy
A
too.
little bit.
So I mean, with all this dark genetics going on, I would get dark. You have no idea.
Yeah, I don't tan. I just kind of freckle.
Mm.
I
I
burn.
also don't burn. Like I've sunburned maybe twice in my life.
Oh, my. I have to be really, really careful about
Yeah,
sun.
I
I
burn
burn
pretty
very
easy.
easily.
But then again, I have Irish on both sides of my family too, so.
Okay, that'll do it.
See, like the tan you're seeing here, like this was me just walking around or rollerblading with a sports bra on. This is 1 day worth of paint from the Fremont Solstice Parade. Like that, like this is where the black paint was because I was done up in tiger stripes, right? And everything around it is what tanned. That's 1 day of tanning for me.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. I would look like a
So,
boiled lobster.
needless to say, I get dark. Just saying, you
Hmm.
know. I'm actually pretty okay with it. Like, in fact, I like it quite a bit. I mean, I look good dark.
And of course, on my mom's side, I've got uh, my grandfather is Dutch, and my grandmother was Czechoslovakia, and so
I actually could not point a Czechoslovakian out of a lineup. Like, seriously, I don't. A lot of races, ethnicities, whatever, have a tendency to have similarities. You know, like there's a tendency on the part of, say, let's say Italians. I'll mention Italians because I can, because I am one, have the tendency to have the Roman nose.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and there's a lot of curly hair coming out of Italy too. Like there's a reason why people sometimes can't tell Italians and Jews apart.
Yeah, my family actually has big noses. My grandfather, on my dad's side, apparently had such a big nose. He got that drunk once, and he tried to light a cigar and ended up lighting his nose on fire.
Oops.
So, but I mean, like, seriously, I could not point to that, like, ethnic trait of Czechoslovakians the way I can with Italians.
I
for
wish I
example.
had the words for it, because I know it when I see it, because, well, the entire side of the family there was from Slovakia, but I don't have the words, unfortunately, so it's difficult for me
Well,
to describe.
that is the thing. I mean, since, Slovak is in Czechoslovakia, I would imagine I should just picture Eastern Europeans.
Yeah, that would be a good start.
You
Yeah.
know, I mean, like I probably wouldn't be too far off if I picture one of those like old Russian ladies that have the scarf on their head. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yep, and that's not that far off, because that's the same corner of Mister Rogers' neighborhood. Yeah.
The
Yeah,
hell's that thing called? A babushka, is it?
Yes.
yeah. In fact,
Okay.
I had a family member go over to where my grandmother used to live in Czechoslovakia, and he met some relatives, and there was an old lady who actually looked like that. She had that thing on and everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was my babka. She looked like that. I've
Was
got
she
some,
shaped like a fire plug?
she was kind of barrel shaped, actually.
Well, close enough. I mean, there's this weird tendency on the babushka wearing ladies to be kind of chunky.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
I mean, and it's weird. Why are the thin ones always horse faced?
Yeah,
Like, I mean, that's cruel to say, but it is a tendency I've noticed.
well, I've seen a few thin ones looking pretty good, but then they have the attitude that I'm not happy with. But
Oh, yeah. I mean, I will admit there is such a thing as an Italian temper.
oh yeah, oh yeah,
Yep.
oh my. But I don't know. I don't know where I was going with this. I forget.
I don't know. But I mean, I guess we were talking about what do Czechoslovakians look like. I mean, it's weird. Like sometimes I think about what it must be like to be from a country that just doesn't get a lot of mention in popular media. I mean, what if you're from Lesotho? How often does that one get mentioned?
Even I don't know where that is.
I mean, it's like, obviously they have to make their own television. I mean, television isn't just imported from Hollywood and Britain and Tokyo and all that shit. So, but what do they make? Is there Czechoslovakian sci-fi out there? Like, it wouldn't shock me to discover there's dramas and sitcoms, but do they make space shows?
Not that I can know of. No.
I mean, I wonder what TV is like outside of, let's call it the first world,
Yeah.
the
Okay.
Western first world.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm actually trying to artificially limit the scope of it, just because, well, it's like there are certain things I'm trying very hard to exclude so that we're not considering them because I want to know what's different.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things I've been working on lately to completely change the subject,
Oh boy.
I've always had trouble animating explosions, right? Like, in fact, anything involving pyrotechnics or the elements in general, water is just as difficult. Is very tough to animate, and I think I've been doing it all wrong lately. Because what I've been trying to do is do it just completely with textures, because it just that's usually the way you do things. But these are actually clumps of smoke that are being lit from within by actual light sources, and I think it looks significantly better.
Doesn't look too bad, really.
I mean, it's not perfect. This is a very, like test rendery, low res kind of deal. I mean, if you really look, you can tell that all of these are spheres. Like it's made up of spheres with opacity textures on them.
Okay.
But it still looks pretty decent. If you add enough spheres and make them small enough, it'll look like smoke.
Moo.
Anyway, it's just something I've been experimenting with while we've been chattering.
Yay.
At some
Greg.
point, I really do need to go get food. I had some cereal before the show started, but it clearly wasn't enough.
Oh my. Oh, how about a nice big bowl of oatmeal?
Well, considering that a nice bowl of oatmeal doesn't exist,
Oh.
Have your gruel.
disgustipating. I'm sorry, but I mean, even if oatmeal tasted good, I'd still have to deal with that sludgy texture. I think more than anything else, it's that texture. Like if I had something that tasted the same, but it was crispy or crunchy, like say, Rice Krispies or Rice Chex or something, Corn Chex, then I'd be okay with it. But it's so slimy and sludgy and gross. It's like trying to eat a mud puddle.
That's an interesting description. Okay.
Well, you see what I'm saying, though. I mean, it's almost a gel.
Yeah, okay. I see where you're coming from there.
I mean,
Um,
it would not be too far out of the realm of appropriateness to call it slop.
okay, yeah. Now I make it slightly differently where the grains of oatmeal are, I don't know if barely damp applies, but they're not swimming in snot like some of the other stuff is.
It's more like cereal, huh?
At
Yeah,
that point,
actually.
at that point, why not just call it granola?
Yeah, that might not be a bad thing to call it. That's the
I
way
mean,
I.
because as long as there's no chunks of icky fruit in it, I actually like granola.
Okay, now that's the way I like to make my oatmeal. Yeah, where it's not a soup, and it's pretty good stuff, and I'll put butter and salt on it, and it's yummy and tasty.
Hmm. I mean, like granola is decent. I just like, why do people insist on putting like dried apples and raisins and shit in it? Like, I know it probably breaks up the bland taste, but you're adding something that's grody.
Well, I don't know.
Well, it's
Um,
it's that cloyingness I don't like. Like, okay, I'll tell you what dried fruit I do like in my cereal. They sell this like dehydrated strawberries and flakes stuff that's actually pretty good.
oh,
But it's
okay.
because the strawberries don't get that weird jelly-like cloying ick where it's all some sort of nasty sugar. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, that
Where it's
kind
like,
of dried apricot thing.
oh, so disgusting. I hate that.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
you have no idea how much I hate that. And they insist on putting that in everything. Like in like granola and stuff, the trail mix and ugh. I mean, too many people think raisins help a dish.
Oh, I don't know. Raisins in bread, I don't mind.
Ugh. Well, I just don't like raisins to begin with. Again, because of that dried apricot thing going on. I mean, I love grapes, but as soon as you dry them out and take out the moisture, they're disgusting.
Okay.
Hmm. They're kind of like dried pineapple.
I'm not sure I've ever had that.
I'm not sure I've ever had that either. I don't know.
Dried papaya isn't bad.
Ugh.
I know I have not had that.
I have. It's like, you know those gummy orange slices that are like gumdrops but they're
Oh,
orange.
yeah, yeah.
It's like that but very unpleasant.
Okay, then. If I could find a tiny bag, I might have to try some just to see how bad it is. But
Ugh. Oh, you'll probably like them.
I like all kinds of weird stuff. Yeah.
No, 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 not weird. Disgusting.
Oh my. I mean, I like black pudding, so yeah, take it from there.
I'd be
Yeah,
willing to
it's
try
weird.
black
Every time
pudding.
I hear black pudding, my brain goes to black powder. And I swear there's a kind of weird sludgy explosive that's got the word pudding in the name of it somewhere.
I don't know that one.
I don't know. Or maybe I'm just thinking of yellow cake. I don't know.
Well, that's uranium
I know.
peroxide.
I know. It's just that like I swear there's something explosive that has a food name.
Hmm.
I mean, like you can use yellow cake to make bombs, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's why I associate it with explosions.
Boom. I was just watching a video yesterday on refining pitch blend into yellow cake, and then from there going to the metal.
Okay. I
I mean,
like metal.
moof beef.
I mean, some metal, not all of it. There's kinds of metal. I don't not really into like the speed metal so much or the thrash or any of that, but I do like the 80s style hair metal, of course.
Yeah,
And
that's good.
I mean Metallica's Black Album is decent. I don't know. I tried some of their other stuff, not really into it. But I do like metal.
Moo. I don't know. I'm not that much of a metal person. I mean, okay, I don't mind Paranoid. Um, what else?
Okay.
Black Sabbath.
Oh.
But anyway,
I actually had to do that for one of my videos. I forget why. Like this is from ages ago. I think some theist was going off on how rock music was like evil or something. I had to throw up the horns and shout rock on.
okay,
So yeah.
moof beef.
There are a few GIFs of myself that I've kept over the years, some of them from videos. There's one that's actually from a blooper, or it was just me going, oh my gosh, I'm a dumbass, but it looked like something I could use online, where is it? Come on, I know I've got this somewhere.
Uh, oh
Hey,
my.
look at that. It's me drinking Klingon ale, of all things. Ah, here it is. I found it. Uh, right? I mean, I'm not sure if this is me going, well, duh, as in like, wow, I'm a dumbass, I should have thought of that, or if I'm going like, oh, this fucker to someone I was like looking at, going, oh, this guy again, kind of thing. I'm not sure exactly what I was doing.
Looks like a well duh thing.
I think it was actually me calling myself a dumbass for doing something wrong, like incorrectly.
Hmm.
I don't know. But yeah.
Not dying over there, are you?
Tummy started hurting.
It's probably the alien parasite trying to work its way out.
Could be. Could easily be. And it comes out wearing the what is it? The top hat and has the cane and dances off.
Well, I was thinking of a very different, well, not a very different, but a different alien parasite. Remarkably similar, in fact, but no.
I remember I did this little short story kind of thing where Kirk ends up with one of those xenomorphs popping out of him.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Which Kirk?
Shatner Kirk.
Oh, good. I'd like to see him have something burst out of him.
There you
Uh,
go.
by which I mean alien parasite that kills the bastard, but
Oh,
yeah,
and nobody cared.
right. Oh man, that reminds me of like I'm not into country music and I definitely don't listen to the Dixie Chicks, but I heard a pop punk cover of Goodbye Earl, which is such a great song. I mean, it starts out sick, because it's like about these two friends, and one of them she leaves to like seek her fortune in the outer world, and the other one she stays in town and marries this like complete wife abusing, wife beating rat bastard named Earl. And when he puts her in the hospital, the other friend shows up and they hatch a plan to kill him. And they do. And the cops show up and ask, so has anyone seen the guy? And they go, no. And the cops go, thank you, ladies. If you hear from him, let us know. And they fuck off. And it turns out nobody cared. Like, seriously, nobody cared that the guy died. He was that much of a dick. They were really more glad he was gone. Right? And so
Yeah.
they totally got away with murdering the abusive husband. And yeah, it's actually a really fun song.
Purple tells a similar story about I think about her grandfather or something like that. It was that nobody really missed the guy when he died. They were more relieved that he was dead. Either his grandfather or her grandfather or her father, I forget which, but yeah, there was a family member like that.
Uh, there's a story called, it's a short story called The Ransom of Red Chief. And basically, it's this kid gets kidnapped and
Yeah,
is such a hellion that the kidnappers have to pay to give him back to the dad.
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what my mom was saying is she never really worried about me being kidnapped because of how I'd be reacting to the kidnapper.
Well, then again, they might decide it's not worth it, but they have to cut any loose ties because they've seen your face, or you gotta. They have to murder the kid to keep him quiet. So I'd be worried about someone kidnapping my kid if they were an obnoxious little shit. I'm just saying. I mean, unless I wanted the kid to go away and I wouldn't get any of the blame for it, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have to wonder, like, leave aside the parents who are just like, super, like whatever. They go, you can't be gay. No kid under my roof can be gay, kind of thing. Leave those aside. The ones who will just overreact to anything that steps out of the norm. Forget those parents for a moment. And think of parents who are like loving and want to support their kid and all this stuff. How bad would that kid have to fuck up to get disowned? Like parents who support even bad choices. Just because this is my kid, I have to support them, I have to help them out, and all of that stuff. Like how many school buses would their kid have to blow up before they'd go, yeah, you're not my kid anymore? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a weird thought experiment.
Kind of like we're at this theme park. It might have been Disney World a little bit. I was this real little kid at the time, and my mom was holding me and was just kind of kicking my feet. We were at the show. His asshole got right in front of us, so we couldn't see anything. And my mom asked him to move. He wouldn't move. So what she did was she just held me up to him, and I just was kicking. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just kicking my feet and just kicked him in the back.
Yeah. I don't know. There was this one guy at the board game group I was going to pre-pandemic who had taken an irrational dislike to me. When I say irrational, I mean everyone else thought he was crazy too. Like this isn't just me saying like, oh no, I'm perfect. This is nobody liked the guy and he was a little bit creepy. Right? And so the way board game night would work is, when your game is done, you go looking for another one if no one at that table wants to keep playing another game. And so a bunch of us decided we were going to play a game. I forget what, doesn't matter. And we sat down at the same table as that guy, right? Because there's not a lot of room at this coffee shop where we were playing. It was, that's like pretty packed. And so the guy objected to my presence, and I just looked at him. And I said, "Look, if I'm going to play a game with my friends here, if my presence is so horrible to you, you have every right to move. But I'm going to sit here and play a game with these guys because they actually want me around." And that was when he left the group.
Okay.
Like he was so offended by my presence there and the fact that I wouldn't leave that he stopped coming around.
I guess that's his prerogative, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I sure as hell wasn't going to he was the one who had a problem. So it was his like responsibility to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I never mistreated the guy. Apparently, I found out later the problem he had with me was that I had, someone had asked me what I did for work. And so I described my YouTube career. And apparently, this guy took exception to the fact that I debunk religion. Right? So he didn't want me around because of that, apparently.
Well, that's his problem. I'm sorry. Yeah.
And I mean, I know that people can get a bit huffy about what I was doing for, like all my debunkery videos. So when people would ask me what I do for work, I would try to just say I'm a YouTuber. But everyone would always ask, "Oh, what kind of videos?"
Yeah.
So, I mean, and even if I would say, "Oh, I tend to debunk or critique fraught issues of the day or something," I mean, they would often press for specifics still. It's like, I couldn't just say, I wasn't ashamed of saying I'm an atheist. It's just, I knew that I would lose friends or people would take an irrational dislike like that guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like if I thought people wouldn't lose it like that, I would have been a lot more open about it.
I don't think I've ever had anybody get that huffy if I've mentioned that I'm atheist. I've had a couple people get what appeared to my glance as frightened. I know one time happened to mention that I'm atheist. I don't believe in any of that stuff, and the guy said literally like, "You don't believe in Jesus?" It's like it's like he thought I was going to bite his head off or something, and I don't understand that one. I really don't.
Well, I think I a little bit get it. Atheists are not a known quantity. We are unpredictable because, at least as far as they're concerned, because they have a rule book and we don't. And they can't even study our rule book because we don't have one, because we haven't written it down, because there isn't one. We just, give a damn about other people, or at least most of us do. Mm-hmm. We try to, but to them, that means that they don't know what our rules are. They can't predict our next move. They don't have a roadmap, and that's why you hear all of those arguments about atheists having no morality. It's because we don't have a code of ethics. We don't have a tome. We don't have fucking stone tablets for them to read. And I'm sure that's part of why they think we have no morality, is because we don't have a codified morality.
Okay, I can kind of see where that comes from. I guess I expect too much when I wonder why people cannot see that we look at how the next guy is going to react to what we do, and that's basically our moral code. It's like, pay attention to the other guy, and try not to make him sad.
There's a reason my slogan was, don't run on automatic, think, right? Because these people, their rule book, their roadmap, their flow chart allows them to run on automatic. They don't have to think about it because they have those rules to follow. where we do have to think about it because the way I would often put it is we are improving. There is no script. Life doesn't have a script. We're
Right.
improving.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and so you have to look at what the other people are doing. You have to read the room to be able to react to what's being said and done.
Yeah, and that's why I say that it's so much more difficult for us than it is for the dogmatists. Because we don't have that rule book. We have to play it as it goes because each situation is different. Um, I don't
It's not
know.
drive. It's not drive from any sort of authority.
Okay, yeah.
So I mean, I'm sure a lot of them are scared just because they don't know what to think. They don't know what the rules are. The protocol has not yet revealed itself, and I don't think they know how to deal with it.
Yeah, and this is why I ask. I don't know whether the Ray Comforts and such of the world actually believe that without their Jesus, they would rape and pillage everywhere and everything. I mean, if they really do believe that, God, they think very little of themselves, don't they?
Well, I try and live by the two commandments: be excellent to each other and party on.
Okay, I
Yes.
like it.
Um, I don't know. I mean, I forget who was saying it, although I've heard it out of multiple people. Like they accuse LGBT folk of being pedophiles, and it's like someone will say that they've had sex with as many kids as they've wanted to, zero.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's weird how they think pedophilia just is part and parcel with being queer. I don't get that.
Well,
You
you
know,
Yeah,
I
can.
mean,
it's like
it seems to me it has to be one of those scary words, like socialist or atheist, where it doesn't even really mean anything in their world. It's just what you call someone.
this
Yeah,
kind of
well,
gets back to what we were talking about in the beginning of this thing.
I think you and
Yeah.
I have talked about this in the past. It's amazing how people think that being queer is all about the sex, when
Yes.
really it isn't. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, although I have to admit, pride parades aren't helping.
Uh huh. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, people like you get the really queenie guys walking around in hoochie pants and like rainbow tights and like clearly walking in a very well, I don't find it seductive, but intended to be seductive way. I think that reinforces the impression of the haters that being queer is all about sex, all about being prurient.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing really wrong with being prurient and all of that, but these people have a stick stuck so far up their ass that they belch splinters.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like the Puritan streak in the United States it runs deep.
Oh yes, it does. Centuries worth.
And I absolutely have to get some food. I will be right back.
Okay then. Yeah. Well, it's an interesting that the first folks who went about founding colonies here um, ended up here because Europeans couldn't stand them. I mean, you've got the Puritans who were kicked out of England, and they went to the Netherlands, which was the most tolerant regime at the time, and the fucking Dutch asked them to leave. Yes, they finally went back to England, and then from there here. Um,
Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't get being that uptight. Like there are some ways I'm sure I'm uptight, you know, but I mean the Puritans like they wanted to if they could have they would have pretended that the human body doesn't exist from the neck down.
yeah,
I mean, these people are so uptight about like sex and all kinds of things. They seem to want to live this sterile existence that I don't get the appeal.
Well, this is the kind of crap I was dealing with on Twitter.
What you got here? Oh, yeah.
Just kind of give you an idea of the
Allow
sort of.
minors to dance Russian drag? Nobody's doing that.
They're talking about that bring your kids to drag thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Drag your kids
that's not allowing the minors to. Well, then again, I mean, what about all those cuties shows with the like toddler beauty pageants that are highly sexualized, huh? Where's the outrage against those?
Oh my, that's some terrible stuff. I remember seeing a couple documentaries about that years ago. Back when the Discovery Channel was good, they had a camera crew follow a couple of mothers around with your daughters, and oh my God, the shit they had those kids doing. Oh,
Oh,
not fun, not fun, not fun. And if I remember correctly, there were some suggestions that they would get favorable reviews from from the judges if the kids cooperated in certain areas and stuff like that, and not fun at
jeez.
all.
Yeah, I mean, but they're so worried that there's a drag queen reading to kids. Hmm.
Yeah, that's horrible crap.
Yeah, and they had the whole issue with a. Oh my God! There's a neon sign that says it won't look at itself as ice cream. They're talking
Oh
about.
yeah. God damn. I mean, yes, it was a double entendre, but still, to me, it was rather like the Warner Brothers World War II cartoons, where they were on two levels simultaneously, and the kids would get one level and the adults would get the other, and it was fun for both, you know?
Yeah, you should watch Animaniacs. They crank that up to 11.
Yeah, I should. The way you described the Animaniacs, I think I'd like it.
And if drag queens are so dangerous to kids, I guess this Bugs Bunny has been dangerous to children since the 40s.
Okay.
Have you never seen in Bugs Bunny doing the drag thing?
Oh, I
The
love that
cartoon?
shit. Yes.
I love
Yeah,
the one where they're fucking with Daniel Boone and you're like he's trying to hunt a turkey and he says, "Give me the bird," and Yakko's like, "We'd love to, but the Fox censors won't let us."
Yeah.
Yakko has a real Groucho Marx thing going on.
Yeah, huh?
fingerprints. I don't think so.
The show is very suggestive at times, and there's a lot of Yiddish slang thrown around too. Like the head of the studio is Thaddeus Plotz,
Okay.
and like there's this one clown character that seems to be doing some weird Jerry Lewis thing, and like a lot of sort of vaguely Yiddish sounding, but possibly German stuff coming out of him, like a lot of Bart
Freundleben.
Levenscheuel, yeah, Freundleben, yeah, that sort of thing, yeah. Oh, this one's definitely German. Don't forget the Schnitzelbank song.
Oh, my word. I love that song. Ist das nicht eine Schnitzelbank? Ja, das ist eine Schnitzelbank. Ja.
Das ist ein piece of bread. Ja, das ist ein piece of bread. Does it fit in Wacko's head? Ja.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, there is a Schnitzelbank building. Like it has a label, the sign. I don't know what it is. Says Schnitzelbank in Seattle, and so I had to take a picture of the Animaniacs and sort of like composite them into it. Not sure where I've put that, but it's around here somewhere. Let's see. It might be in that folder. Let's see. Where are we?
It's kind of like the Great Dictator from Charlie Chaplin, where he's doing his German. He's actually just saying a bunch of different food.
But
Okay, yeah.
there's an episode of How I Met Your Mother where Robin is trying to convince Lily to go out and get Thai food, and she's like, "Come on, some meow ga, cod pie meow," and Lily's like, "You're just saying random syllables, and it all sounds delicious."
Okay. Oh, gee, for
So,
35 bucks, I could get my hands on the complete Animaniacs series. Now, do I have 35 bucks to waste?
Probably not.
In the shape I'm in? Yeah, you're probably right.
That's one I haven't gotten yet.
Oh, my. Yeah, I've got to. I don't know if I'll call my GP or try to get a self referral to the pain clinic tomorrow, but it's at the point I've got to do something. Just afraid of the copayments.
so why is it a general practitioner and not a practitioner general?
Yeah, I don't know, man, because the practitioner general sounds so much more official, you know?
Well, that actually, I've always wondered though. I mean, why do we call them like, you know, what is it like attorneys general when there's more than one of them? Why not general attorneys?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Well, I think attorney general is then treated as a multi-part noun, so that's the term you're pluralizing. Yeah, just like brothers-in-law rather than brother-in-laws. God, I cringe when I hear somebody say that latter term.
Well, I don't think that's a fair comparison, to be honest. Because, you know, they are brothers in law, but these are attorneys who operate in a general fashion, I suppose.
Pretty
They're
much, yeah.
they're general attorneys as opposed to more specific attorneys. You know, like we don't say attorneys entertainment when they're an entertainment lawyer. You know,
Okay, I think I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
and you know, the like attorneys general or attorney general sounds like you're a general who's an attorney. You know, like you're in the military.
Okay, okay.
You know, this is a command general, this is a combat general, and this is an attorney general. You see what I'm saying?
You get to wear hardware in court.
I'm just saying though, it's like it seems a really strange way to phrase it. It seems like it would make so much more sense as general attorney.
How about a general general?
Yeah.
Sure.
You get to wear 6 stars.
Hmm. Hmm.
I don't
Food
know.
was
I'm going to have to
definitely
think about
required.
this one. I do need to get an entrenching tool, so maybe I get Animaniacs at the same time. I don't know.
An entrenching tool?
Oh, yeah. I'm looking for a folding shovel, which resembles the the shovels that the soldiers would carry around to dig foxholes.
And why do you need this?
Because I need to put a pole to hang flower baskets, and I'll tell you, outside the soil is packed so hard it resembles asphalt. So I need to dig it up a little bit so I can put the pole in.
Okay, can you even use one of those things with your neck all fucked up?
Oh my, I don't know. I hope so. Because I can barely do anything with my neck fucked up. So, I mean, it's like a shovel, so it might not be that bad, but still.
I don't know, I've never shoveled in a way that wouldn't put certain stresses on my spine.
Oh man. Oh, most of the stress I've put on my spine while digging in the past has involved my lumbar spine, which so far is still treating me pretty well.
Okay.
This one might work for you. It has a pick on it.
Yeah, it just might. Okay, that's Amazon. They want $19 for it. Yeah, that would work. Yeah. It looks like that spade-shaped thing. It's actually on a swivel.
There's the link in the private chat there.
Oh, thank you. Because the one I saw, let's see here. Let's see if I can pull it up here. Yeah, there you go. Oh my. Okay, let me grab this.
Actually, I can answer the one in the chat. A commander in arms and not a commander of arms says that you're a commander in the armed forces rather than a commander of people's limbs.
Okay.
Like you're not commanding the weaponry. You see?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, the one I saw and was thinking of. Come on, you. There we go. I don't know if you can see this one or not.
Yeah, it looks like it'd be very strain-inducing.
Yeah, I know you have to bend over and everything to use it because it's less than 2 feet long. Oh,
well,
but
it
here's
seems like every time you swivel your neck more than 10 degrees, you hurt yourself.
And I see the one that you were just showing me. Yeah, from Coleman. Because I certainly don't want the one for $40.
And it also doesn't look like it would do very good with getting into hard ground either. The way it's rounded at the tip.
Yeah, okay. Of course, I could just try a little high explosive,
Yeah, that'll always work.
Actually, it seems a bit of a waste. Your explosive should be sober.
Yeah, But yeah, one of the guiding principles of my life is there is no problem that cannot be solved by a suitable application of high explosives.
Unless, of course, your problem is this thing's apart and I need it to be together again.
There you go. There you go. Oh my, oh my, oh my. All right.
So if the explosion's so high you get fusion?
Yeah, there you are. Tabletop fusion, a couple card tables and Elmer's glue. Boy, it amazes me, though, how effective Elmer's glue is at holding things together.
In fact, that might get this little folding shovel and pick myself.
Okay, then.
Keep thinking there's something I'm supposed to be doing today, some chore or other that I'm neglecting.
I'm neglecting all the chores, I know. This place looks barely habitable. I mean, you should have seen it a couple of days ago. It was that much worse, but...
Yeah, it's about how my place looks.
I mean, if the landlord came by, he'd probably throw me out for the way the place looks right now.
Well, I don't even necessarily mean like household chores. Like it might be I need to contact my bank about something or one of those deals.
Oh, well, that too, yeah. Oh, Lord.
Well, I still have my water bill to pay, but that's not due until the 16th.
Okay, I'm kind of happy that I don't have a water bill to pay.
Yeah,
That's included in
I
the
have to pay
rent.
electric and gas, but no water bill. One thing that's
I,
kind of nice about the new place in Vermont is that the HOA pays for the heating and AC.
Oh, really?
Yep, it's like central air.
yeah, I pay for electric and water.
So the HOA fee might almost be worth it in that case.
Yeah. Well, and also it helps. Like, okay, the HOA I have for this place right now is run by
Hello,
a bunch
B.
of fucking assholes, and they have like a 1.9 Yelp rating for a reason, right?
Oh boy.
Um, but this new place, like my dad's connected a bit in the real estate world in like the Burlington area. He knows this HOA, and he knows they're not a bunch of pricks. So, yeah.
I mean, I do have to wonder, when you go into a place and you have an HOA fee to pay and everything else, in most cases, what are you getting for that money you're parting with? Are you getting anything?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't pay for, say, garbage, for example. I
Okay,
don't
okay.
I don't pay for maintenance except on my own place. I mean like the building itself is maintained.
All right, okay. That's kind of good there.
That kind of thing is like if the pipes break or if there's I don't know, some sort of pest outbreak or something, the HOA handles it.
Okay, that's not a bad thing necessarily then. Okay. I mean, I don't know these things. I keep telling you I
Hmm.
don't get out of the house at all.
Well, the
Um,
thing is, like, landlords get a bad rap. You keep hearing that all landlords are bastards or whatever. But
uh-huh.
the thing is that there are a lot of landlords out there who own like one property and it's a full-time job for them to maintain it kind of thing.
I used to
You
be
know,
one of those landlords. Yeah.
and it's like corporate landlords are bad. Landlords that don't care and are solely profit minded are bad. But I mean, my dad owns a couple of buildings, and he like when the pandemic hit, he gave his people like his tenants every opportunity to survive. Short of making them like letting them stay for free, but like rent went like I think he froze rent for a really long time or something, and it's just a lot of like okay, tenants are not numbers here. They're real people. Let's treat them that way, kind
Yeah.
of philosophy of real estate.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, when I tried to explain this to some people, boy, oh boy, did I take it in the neck. Because all they wanted to talk about was this axiom of all landlords are bastards in their heads. There was no room for exception. It was very dogmatic. This was actually the beginning of a falling out I'd had with a friend I'd known for like, I don't know, 10, 15 years or something, because she wanted to cast every landlord in the role of villain, and I know that that's just plain not true.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually did not mind being a landlord when I was. I mean, this was the 80s. Um, and I married into that property. We had a double house down the street from us, and one of the nice things about it is I got to maintain the place, and I liked that.
See, that's the kind of thing that would drive me up the wall. I'd pay someone to maintain it.
Okay, because I hung a lot of wallpaper, did a lot of painting, did quite a bit of plumbing. Yeah, a whole bit. And
Yeah, that is so far outside my wheelhouse, it's not even funny.
okay,
There's a reason I'm an artist.
okay.
There's a reason my art is done completely on computers. Actually, there's a couple of reasons for that. But still, I mean, like, I am not, like I could not work as someone who does handiwork. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
unless hench handiwork. Like, I couldn't do house handiwork. I could possibly hench.
Okay.
Although I think I'd be better as the evil despotic leader who has hench people. But
There
whatever.
you are.
What does it mean? Like, I remember looking it up once. I need to look up the etymology of henchman again.
Talk about the anti-aggressente. What we got on the egg thing here?
Henching, huh?
Let's see. So, etymology. Henchman is from hengstman and later henchman, high-ranking servant, usually of gentle birth, attendant upon a king, nobleman, etc., originally groom. Huh. Okay.
Moof beef.
Probably from man plus hengst, meaning horse, stallion, or gelding, from Proto-Germanic hengistas, apparently. So, yeah. Okay. Interesting. I'll be right back. I gotta wash out this dish before the stuff sets.
Moo.
I got myself some dark chocolate and caramel little candies.
Sounds tasty.
Yeah. Riesen? I'm not really sure how they're pronounced. Riesen?
Riesen?
Riesen, maybe?
Yeah, I see Skitscrasher's comment there, and that's, I would call it the main thing I don't like about an HOA. Yeah, I mean, you could outright own the place, but if you miss your HOA fees, the HOA can foreclose and take the place.
It's on the package. Chewy chocolate caramel uncovered in rich European chocolate.
Daju korostu.
Pretty good. I was actually looking for a different candy, but I came across those.
Yeah, there was. I think I saw it in something on my Twitter feed or something. They're a beautiful, beautiful place, north side of Chicago. $1.5 million for it. Which, talking about the north side, that's actually kind of cheap, but $300 a month for an HOA fee.
Well, think about it, though. I mean, when rent is up in like the 1800s or so, 300 ain't bad.
Well,
I'm just saying.
yeah. I mean, well, it's more than my rent. Well, not quite more than the market rate on this place, but still more than I'm paying, and
Well-
I couldn't afford that.
I mean, this is probably why, like, I mean, almost every apartment here in this place is owned by someone who's renting it out to someone else. You know, like, I'm one of the few people who actually lives in the place I own.
Okay, then.
And so I'm sure a lot of people will buy a place for $500,000 and look at the 300 for HOA fees or whatever as just part of business expense, because what they get is a buttload of rent from the tenants.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so it's like plenty to offset that HOA fee.
But yeah, with this place in Chicago, oh my God, I don't know what they're talking about when they're talking about the mortgage or whatever. But they're saying that the payments you would be making would be like $3,000 a month. And I'm looking at, okay, $3,000 on that HOA fee and that $500,000. I mean, Jesus Christ, what's the interest rate like? But I could never afford any of that shit anyway. I mean, I wouldn't, aside from the fact that it does get cold, I wouldn't mind living in Chicago, but oh well.
Well, I'm going to have to find ways to, like, spend time out of Vermont for winter time. Although, I'll tell you, this will be the first year, or the first time in, gosh, I don't know how long, probably before I moved to Seattle, that I'll have a white Christmas.
Okay, then. Okay.
I mean, most like in Seattle it was rainy, and in Southern California it hasn't snowed since I've lived here. It might be nice to actually have a Christmas with like fucking snow out the window, but that's about as much of winter as I really want to endure.
Now, I'm trying to think of this. It just came into my head here. I'm trying to remember where the movie White Christmas was set. Was that New Hampshire or
I
Vermont?
don't know. I never saw it.
Uh,
Besides, it wouldn't shock me to discover that there's more than one White Christmas, and you're thinking of the other one. Is this the one with like the really old fella?
really old. I'm thinking of the one with Danny Kaye, Bing Crosby.
Yeah, you're thinking of one from before I was born.
Yeah, I am.
Nah, there was like a remake or something from the 90s, I want to say. Unless I'm thinking of something else, but let's see, why? Or it might just be the same title and not anything like the. Yeah, here we go. 19. No, wait, that was not. That's a TV movie. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I wish I could remember the name of the guy I'm thinking of. He sort of looks like a potato. Really sort of jowly cheeks. Has sort of the cranky old uncle vibe. I might be thinking of Walter Matthau. Let me look that up. Walter Matthau. I wanted the person, not some movie about him.
Oh, White Christmas is set somewhere in Vermont.
Is it?
I don't
Why
know.
am I not getting this guy's name? Walter.
Mathau, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but his name isn't coming up. Like I'm seeing this thing called Walter Matthau Diamond in the Rough, The World of Walter Matthau, Hollywood Remembers Walter Matthau. Well, okay, he's in the credits of that one. So, Walter Matthau, here we go. Dude died in 2000, apparently. I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of. Nope. Though, you know what? I might be thinking of Grumpy Old Men.
Yeah. That was Jack Lemmon, Walter Matthau.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Because it's got a cover of them standing there with, in the snow. That's why I was thinking of it as a Christmas movie.
Yeah. Oh no, my favorite Walter Matthau film is Hopscotch. Love that film.
Yeah, wouldn't know. Clearly something made from before I was born.
Nope.
No?
Let me look it up here.
Oh, wait, here we go. Hopscotch, 1980. Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah, I knew it was sometime in the 80s, but couldn't remember quite when.
I've never seen it. I think I might have seen the Bad News Bears at one point, but that was only because Nickelodeon was showing the sitcom they made out of it, and I was curious what the original was like.
Tayo korostu.
Honestly, I like the sitcom better.
Minnow, hi dear, and hi Beck. How you doing?
Yeah, I saw Beck come in and didn't have a chance to tell him hi.
Oh
So, hi
my.
Beck, hi B, hi
Hello, everybody.
Oh
Wow.
my. Let me look into the frigginator.
Why don't you shoot him a link? He's always fun to have in the chat.
Yeah, let me get back to the chair. Yeah, I thought there was some lunch in here. You got me thinking about food. Damn you.
Well, I like food. I think I might be addicted to food because the withdrawal pangs are terrible.
Yeah, aren't they? Definitely. And then there's this cat. Oh my.
Although, I
Yes.
mean, I gather that food addiction is an actual thing. Although I don't know, like, is it an addiction or a habit? Because the two are not the same.
Right. I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works because happily I've never had that.
Well, with an addiction, I mean, withdrawal is a thing. With a habit, it's more a matter of willpower, I guess. I don't know. But I mean, I do wonder, like if it is an addiction, I want to know how that works, just medically speaking. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah.
like I understand a little bit better when it's an intoxicant, like, alcohol or hard drugs and stuff, but without that chemical component, I mean, there's a reason marijuana isn't addicting because it doesn't have
Right.
that chemical thing. So, is food addiction an actual technical addiction or is it a habit?
I
But
don't know. I
and
don't
I
know.
hate putting it like that because habit to it's fraught. People will make judgments based on the word. I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Like I say habit not to cast aspersions, but to make a technical point.
Yeah. And Minnow, go right ahead. Yeah. No problem with talking about it.
I don't know. It's just something I wonder because it's weird when I started having the seizures and they found out that they were, like triggered by food. I had to give up caffeine. Now I had been quite the Mountain Dew junkie prior to that, and but giving up caffeine was really easy. Like, in fact, it was probably easier than reintroducing caffeine because, oh my gosh, that first Pepsi after the brain surgery and them giving me the clearance to have caffeine,
Oh God, were
I
you
was
bouncing
so
off the walls?
wired. I was like just addy, 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 you know, just sitting there vibrating in my chair. It was crazy. But giving
Yeah.
it up, I don't remember withdrawal at all. I remember just giving it up.
Oh, yeah, sure, honey.
Huh?
Minnow says
What?
talking about dropping her a link.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
I mean, it's just something that I've given some thought about. I mean, the hell, I dated an addict. It's something that's been close to my heart. Is the difference between addiction and other things.
we'll see.
Because I know that there are things that are habit forming. Like, there are some folks I've talked to who quit smoking, but nevertheless keep like a vape around that's unpowered. They just like the hand to mouth movement of smoking.
No.
Like it actually
Yeah.
helps keep them from getting re-addicted, having that habit of acting like they're smoking.
Now
But
what?
that's only a habit. That's like a compulsion, like not a medical addiction.
When I quit, I explicitly did not want that because I didn't want anything that would suggest it to me and make it easier for me to go back. And it's going to be 4 years in August, so I finally managed it this time.
But see, I get the impression that for these people, it actually helped make it easier to not backslide because, like, I know there have been times where I mean, marijuana is habit forming but not addicting, and there are times when I'm sitting there working on something and I kind of want to reach my hand out for the vape, and I realize, no, I'm out. I don't have any, and so there's really no point to it. But I have a feeling that I'd go to the dispensary less if I just went through the motions.
Well, pulling this up, it looks like on Google here, highly palatable foods trigger feel-good brain chemicals such as dopamine, which can result in an addiction.
Okay, then yes, it is an addiction and not a habit. Okay.
All right.
So apparently, it's only with certain foods, though.
Well, it doesn't shock me. I mean, there are definitely comfort foods. I mean, how many people like immediately go to chocolate when they're depressed?
Okay. Yeah, that's
And of
point
course,
there.
they have the whole can can you be chemically addicted to food? And when you pull up the answer, it doesn't actually answer the question.
Oh, I hate it when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they ask the question and then paragraph after paragraph. Oh, this, well, here's the preamble that sets the scene. Now, here's this doctor who did this test and that test. No, by the way, they were all inconclusive. It's like, gee, I just read like 12 paragraphs for you to tell me you don't know the answer. Thanks.
Yeah, it's the thing that gets me is you're saying words and words to avoid saying you don't have an answer to make it that makes any sense.
I'll put in the laser. Okay, this is a paragraph I'm typing. And the fill in space is because I need to make a certain word count.
Yeah, it's weird to me how, like, when I first heard about journalists, like newspaper reporters, having to have
Hello,
a,
Savage.
a number of
You know,
in their column. Thanks, guys. A certain number of inches in their column rather than like words or
Yeah.
paragraphs or whatever. I mean, like I get why, but the first time I heard about it, I was pretty young, and so Also, hi, Minna.
Hi.
First time we've had a chance to talk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the first time we've been.
Minnow's a
both on
big
screen
sweetie.
together.
Yeah, I've been on some of
I
her
don't
live
know
streams
about
with
that.
her mom.
I don't know about that, if I'm really a sweetie or not.
What
I'm
about
really
the
a
big part? Was
savage.
that true?
What was that?
What about the big part? Was that true?
I'm like 5'10", so
Oh, you're taller than I am.
Actually taller than I am, yeah.
The vicious guppy.
Yeah.
accurate. So yeah, I this is what I'm packaging up to send to
Oh, my.
Diana. This is the proof. The real one won't have this. It's the on it. But so it's the Diana Planning Journal.
Oh,
And so starts out kind of normal journal this belongs to, and then this is information on organ donation. And
Hey.
um
Very
then on the
nice.
back it talks about that it's a limited edition and that the proceeds are going to go to the Lavender Kidney Fund, and then it has Diana's information here. And then it's set up with every eighth page is lined on both sides. So it is separated into weeks, but you don't have to use it in weeks. And then all the other pages have one side that's like this, where there's spaces for lists and check boxes. And then I put like flowers so that you can kind of, if it's something that you want to fill in as you go, like there's multiple steps to it. So it's, yeah, there's a few different trackers and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm sending one to Diana to okay it and check it over and see. We might change the font on it a little bit or something.
Okay, I'm easy. It gets me thinking about Ogden Nash.
Ogden Nash.
I never saw a purple cow. I never hope to see one, but from the milk we're getting now, I'd rather see than be one.
And also, I don't know if you can see it in the corner.
Perfect.
Wait, show it again. Show it again. I was looking away.
It says moo.
Ah,
So I just, after I was looking at it, I realized that the font that I used on the outside is different from the font that I kind of used on the inside. So we should maybe like pick one font and go with it. And also, I think that the border on the outside is a little bit distracting, and maybe I'll just like make it go.
No, the border is fine.
Yeah. Okay. I think I moved this over from the time that I showed you, Diana, because originally it was in the middle, but then I realized when I put this on it,
Oh, okay.
slightly covered, so I moved that. And your pretty
God, I'm
pictures
looking
on
so
there.
much better in that picture than I look now. Oh, God. Kidney disease has ravaged me.
Yeah. And I was talking to you a little bit about pricing. I think actually we can lower it to $10.50 a journal, and then it'll get you $3 a journal.
Oh, gee, okay. Yeah, and it might work out. I remember what you said in the DM where, lowering the price and you get a little bit less, but that may actually get more overall. that one, I forget what they call that rule, but you lower the price and the sales increase, so you end up with more. So I don't
Right.
know. We'll have to
So
see how
yeah,
things go, because I guess we're still a little not exactly having a little stuff going on with the storage of the money, because I know what happened where Beck lost his job, had to do the whole thing with the unemployment, had to worry about that, and I think it kind of made some people a little worried about holding on to the money, and I don't blame them. Which is why I'd really like to see if we do anything else, because I know there are other people in need of funds and everything else. I'm starting to wonder if it wouldn't be a good idea to have
like
an official sort of thing where you set it up and you have.
we can be a board of trustees or
Yeah,
something
that's the
for
word
it.
I'm looking for. Thank you. Yeah.
That's a good idea. Also, I did want to point out this is for 12 weeks. So, like, page a day for 12 weeks plus an extra weekly page. So, like, 10 bucks, 10.50 would be, like, a really good deal on it also.
Moo.
Like, this is, like, I think when we were looking at, like, $15, $16 for it, it was like, well, that's reasonable compared to what other people are selling journals at. But I also want to, like you were saying, get as many sales as we can with it. So,
Now, when you say journal, can you be more specific? Because I know too many definitions for that word that could fit.
okay, so journal, I typically refer to a journal as something that is at least 1 page a day of being fully lined.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess more what I'm asking, like, its purpose. Is it for keeping schedules? Is it for writing your thoughts? What kind of journal?
Mostly for tracking, usually. So it might be for tracking your thoughts. It might be for tracking progress on. This one actually, we kind of started out. Me and my wife were like tracking her when she went on HRT and like kind of the changes that she went through, and also like her medication changes and things that she needed to be keeping an eye on, and then like spaces for doctor's notes and stuff like that.
So a
So
little more captain's log than Dear Diary.
I've been using
this one
Tiddly.
is, but yeah.
Okay.
using-
Well, I'm just curious because, like I said, I see too many definitions of journal.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
I've been using Tiddlywiki as a gardening journal. So it's downloadable, sort of a offline wiki page that you just download the HTML text and you can type stuff into it.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not
Works.
familiar with it, but yeah. Yeah, it's fun to like keep like I have a reading journal that I like keep track of like the books that I read and ones that I didn't finish and cuz I get rid of them like once I like these are just on my shelf temporarily until I run into somebody who like should read it and then I just give it away cuz I'm not. There's a few of them that are like permanent fixtures in my collection, but most of them are just on their way in and on their way out, which is most of them I buy used, and there's one back there I think is a decommissioned library copy. It's just like falling apart. But
Apropos of apropos of absolutely nothing, is that a Girl Scout trefoil behind you?
I don't think so. This
Yeah.
is it's a rainbow, but it broke. It lights up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have Luigi there.
Hmm.
Luigi also lights up, but I've got this light on, so you can't really. If I did turn them on, you couldn't tell.
Like that
There is
candlestick
going to
phone
be a
too.
lot of light up stuff in my new place. Like I've bought so much furniture with LEDs in it.
Mm-hmm.
I love shit that lights up.
Yeah.
I feel kind of silly, like when I was deciding on my computer that was like one of them had really pretty LEDs, and I was like,
But I love indirect lighting, and there's actually something I've asked 4 of them. I have one now. On my wish list is a motion activated LED strip that you put underneath the bed. So it like you step down and you can see the floor.
Nice.
Yeah, it's I haven't opened the box yet because obviously I'm not like, in my new place yet, but and for all I know, this one is the only one I need, but I put 4 of them on the wish list. Um, there's some really cool sort of like helically shaped lights that I've been looking at.
Oh, okay.
A lot of like I'm making a place that looks very sort of like sci-fi ish.
Space age, futuristic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Let's see, like
My place is like confused as to like whether like what century it's in. Like it's
Oh
I have,
man,
like
yeah, I know that stuff. A friend of mine years ago was living in 1905. He even
oh
had
nice.
the gas lights hooked back up. It was crazy.
I don't have gas lights. I do have a gas furnace.
is that the
Uh,
one on my wish
My house
list?
was built in the 50s, so a lot of stuff
That's
is
weird.
like
Where'd the others go?
50s, 60s. This is technically 60s because it's Bakelite, but it is a working phone. It's that's my landline. I wouldn't suggest having long phone conversations on it. It's not the not the best for talking on, but it does work.
I've never actually used one of those where you have to hold it up to your ear and you got the microphone there. I've never, but I mean, you see them in old timey movies all the time. I've never, like the ones where you have to crank something to make the call.
Oh
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
A rotary
No, no,
phone.
no,
Haven't
no, no,
seen
no,
one
no,
of those
no,
in a
no, no, no,
while.
no. I don't mean rotary. I mean where like it's on the side of this big wooden cabinet. You have to crank it like
Oh
a
yeah, no.
lawnmower. You know.
Yeah. No. This one is really good for hanging up on telemarketers because you can.
Yeah,
Ah.
the 1950s desk phones were good for those too.
That is the one thing that you don't get out of a cell phone is you can't like, hang up on somebody by slamming the receiver down.
Uh-huh.
This I don't even slam. I literally will just like because this picks it up
Yeah, huh?
and then just boop boop. Like if it's actually somebody who's trying to call, they'll be like, "What just happened?"
So
And they'll
That's
call
the
back.
one. That's the one thing I'm afraid of is when if I get cleared. I'm still not sure that I will. But for the transplant list, and yes, I have to be on the transplant list in order to even accept one from a couple of people who have offered. I'm going to have to answer every damned call, and I know that I'm eventually going to be getting calls from debt collectors because I'm already getting love notes over the co-payments I can't make, and I'm not looking forward to that part.
Okay.
But what are you going to do?
Yeah. I do have some information on that. So I know somebody whose friend went through that with new kidneys not that long ago, or a new kidney not that long ago. And he said that once he got where he was like, had the person who was donating to the swapperoo thing,
Okay.
that it was, I think, like less than 3 months from then that they ended up like scheduling it.
Okay. Okay. It would be so nice if, yeah, I could get on a plan like that because it doesn't take 5 years. They're saying an average of 5 years to get a cadaver kidney. But the one
Like,
thing that scares me is somebody donates a kidney to me, and then it goes south, and I would feel really bad that they were wasting a kidney on me because it went bad and everything. And I know it does happen.
so how gross would it be if you really could get blood from a stone?
Oh, that would be so much fun, wouldn't it?
I
I can
mean,
just imagine, like, it would replace egging someone's house. I bet.
Okay.
I don't
If
know.
if they were squishy and wouldn't break windows, yeah.
I mean, because you were talking about debt collectors, and my brain went to can't get blood from a stone, and then the rabbit took hold of that thought and went down the hole with it at million miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
I suppose if it was a pore stone, it was oversaturated.
Yeah. There you go.
Very good points. Very good points.
I have to look. Now you got me thinking. Let me look over here. Come on, where's my cursor?
Well, unfortunately, I can't stay all afternoon because I have chores to do around the house.
Oh, there is
Mowing.
something called bloodstone.
Mowing and such.
Yes. It's in
Heliotrope.
yeah, I think it's in reference to how it looks, though, rather than.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a dark.
It's kind of like how there's no flowers on rose quartz.
Right.
It's unfortunate.
Oh my.
Well, I had this thing come up for Nikki Fried on my Twitter feed, and she's apparently running for governor of Florida.
Yeah.
Who is this?
Nikki Fried?
Who?
Fried?
Who?
Nikki Fried?
Is this someone I should know?
I don't know. She's running for governor for Florida.
So
I
this
don't
is
know.
not a name that's been bandied about in the news on the national level much.
I'm guessing not.
Okay.
She's touting herself as the only Florida candidate that isn't taking money from the NRA.
Well,
I mean, I okay.
if that's
apparently-
true, good.
and-
Is she? Wait. What party is she in?
Democrat.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And,
I was gonna say, is she the only Republican that isn't? Because, like,
And-
okay, like,
and she's apparently had been a lobbyist for the cannabis industry.
Yeah,
So
I'm looking
very much
at
in favor of. She's very much in favor of legalizing marijuana.
You know,
I'm
I have
looking
to
at her
admit, when you said Florida, my first thought was not particularly charitable, but you know, hearing
Sounds like she
what
would
I'm
do it.
being told now, she sounds all right.
I'm looking at her site right now, and she's the second candidate I've seen who's canvassing for donations, and the low tier is $4.20.
Well, okay.
that's to
Oh.
join my local normal
Okay.
chapter.
$4.
That's the
I
minimum
get it.
pledge.
The lowest donation is $4.20. I
Yeah.
like
As
it.
opposed to $5, right? Like,
Yeah, Fetterman is the other person I know who's canvassing for $4.20.
Well,
That's pretty awesome.
I did post
I like
something
it.
on her Twitter. We were asking if she'd reverse the parental rights and education bill, and I didn't get an answer from her, but I did get a reply calling me a groomer.
Nah.
of course. Of course.
You know, I made a meme recently, and it's probably the meme that's gone most viral that I personally have made. In other words, it was shared 10 times. That said, prayer in school is Christian grooming. Changed my mind.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know, because let's say they accuse us of being groomers, but what else is prayer in school gonna fucking be?
Right.
Right?
Mhm.
I mean, it's not like
I-
they're gonna,
yeah, if it-
like
if it's
if there's
led
going to be any
by-
kind of led prayer, it's clearly going to
Right.
be with a very Christian bent. It's not going to be just, you know, bow your heads for a minute and pray to whatever you pray to. And even that
mean-
is grooming enough. I mean, if a kid's an atheist, they shouldn't have to sit through that shit. I always hated moments of silence while I'm sitting there and everyone else is doing whatever the fuck they're doing, and for me, it's completely meaningless.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
moments are kind of awkward.
We did at my school, I remember, for like all of our ball games, it was like anyone who felt like joining could join in the middle of the basketball whatever and pray to whatever god, and you weren't like required to join.
Yeah.
But it was like one of those things where like it was definitely like, oh, the weird atheist kid sitting out, like, you know.
I do find them a little bit awkward, but I'm not opposed to moments of silence for, if somebody wants to pray during that time, it's okay, whatever.
It's just
Yeah,
like when they
I'm fine
talk
with
about
that.
prayer in school, it's pretty clear that it's a dog whistle to Christians. And
Mhm.
so I made the meme, and it got a small amount of traction, but you know.
Yeah, I grew up during the Dark Ages, and we had the teacher led prayer, Christian prayer in the schools, and
Well,
um,
wait. I thought, didn't you not go to public school at some point?
that is true. I was in public school, then Catholic school, then public school
So
again.
are you describing what happened in public school?
Right? Yes.
You are.
Yeah.
Okay. Just clarifying.
Yeah, and
Yeah, because
a,
private
a
school
lot
would
of
be like,
that whole right wing shit. It wasn't right wing at the time. I mean, it was totally accepted and everything, but still.
My
Um,
dad was
same,
made to go to
same.
Catholic school, Iona Prep. And like I've seen the pictures of him in that silly blazer and all that nonsense,
oh
and
God, I remember that
it
shit.
it sounded really awful. Like apparently, my aunt and uncle were pretty okay with it, but my dad hated the hell out of the Catholicism that was forced on him. It's
Yeah.
probably like I did deconvert my dad from a religion. Like he's flat out told me, yes, it was because of your atheist videos that I finally realized, okay, I don't believe any of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Nice.
So I mean, but he was not really a religious dude to begin with. Not really. Although I
I
did see some crazy crap. I mean, my parents got into this weird Siddha yoga stuff, this like Indian meditation stuff, and I still remember some of the wacky chants. It's just like really weird. They didn't force any of it on me, but I saw them doing it. And like, I think it was seeing so much of that sort of thing that led me to think religion is nonsense.
I mean, one thing I
I
will.
I get that.
What?
I was saying I can understand that. I do have to take off though, so
Oh,
I'm
Well, it was great having you here,
gonna
my
say
dear.
bye. Yeah, it was good to see you guys. I'll be watching with headphones on while I'm doing stuff around the house. So
Moo.
I gotta go. I gotta go take care of my bird real quick, and I'm gonna get myself some lunch. I'll be right back.
Okay, hon.
okay.
bye. It's
I,
good to,
on the other
good to see you,
hand, can
Mage.
be right here, right now, still.
Oh my. But yeah, it was the Catholics themselves that helped deconvert me. I think I've told the
Yeah.
story about the euthanasia thing that the teacher did.
I hear that a lot from people where they're like, yeah, it was the religion itself that made me stop believing in it. I believed all of this until I read the Bible kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like,
but
like
it really
I wonder
affected.
how many people just take the Bible for granted, oh, this is what my priest said, that kind of thing. I'm sure it's most of them.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. And at least with the Catholics, they did not do that much with the Bible itself. It was more what you got from the pulpit. Um, well, the Catholics were big on the magisterium, their own set of rules. So I think that was more important than the scripture itself.
I still think it's weird how these idiots are like getting their panties in a twist over like drag queens reading to children. But if you look at the Vatican, it's nothing but men in dresses.
Yeah, you noticed that, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like, sure, they left off the rouge and eyeliner, but come on, those guys are walking around in dresses. So if you're going to get pissy about that,
Yeah.
like, seriously, check your own house first.
Oh my word! I don't know. I like the whole concept of laissez-faire. Really.
Well, yes and no. I mean, as long as there is the stipulation that your right to swing your fist ends at the tip of my nose, then yes.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, that's one of the things that drives me up just absolutely up the wall with these gun control nuts is they try to point to something that they don't like, that they don't try to regulate. So why are we doing it with guns? And I'm like, those other things won't affect your life unless you let them. But
Yeah.
that bullet doesn't give me a vote.
Right. Absolutely.
And I was having an argument, like because of the recent shootings, we started talking about Kyle Rittenhouse again. Fucking
Oh
hell.
God, that.
And like I got into this argument with someone, and I was like, look, if Rittenhouse hadn't shown up with a gun, he wouldn't have shot those guys. And the person I was arguing with was like, yeah, well, why don't you ask those guys if they would have been shot if they'd shown up? And I'm like, I can't. Rittenhouse shot them.
Yeah.
You know, he says, I'm like, I can't ask a dead man a question and expect to get an answer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just but they kept insisting, no, no, no. The little idiot with a gun was the right person to be there. Like they would not consider the possibility of the step of him staying home. That was the
Right.
one thing they would not consider as a possible way that this whole situation could have not gone down.
And the other one that gets me are the Ted Cruzes of the world, demanding that we arm teachers and all this other happy shit and everything else, totally neglecting that he's not having these teachers and shit go through commando training, which is what you really need if you're going to be armed in a situation like that.
Well,
You give a teacher a sidearm, and the teacher knows not what to do with it. That's not going to help you at all.
well, besides, like most teachers will end up using it on their students anyway.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, let's face it, I know what a hellion I was when I was that age and how many other kids were as well. And I know just how harried those teachers were. The last people we need armed is someone in charge of children.
Absolutely, I know.
But I mean, like though, um, the ones that knock me out, the Republicans that knock me out, are the ones looking at the January 6th commission
Oh,
and going,
God.
this is such a waste of time. Why aren't we talking about all of the things that we hate about Joe Biden instead?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
know,
diversion.
it's like, why aren't we talking about anything else but what our side might have done wrong? And I think it was Jim Jordan was the worst of this on Twitter. He made like 7 posts. Why aren't we talking about Joe Biden this? Why aren't we talking about Democrats that instead?
Yep.
And I'm like, guys, there's literal treason here. These people stormed the Capitol. Lives were lost. People were wounded. And you want to talk about something else? That your people wanted to hang the vice president. I'm no Mike Pence fan, but I'm not in favor of that shit.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And they want to talk about something else. Something that will embarrass Joe Biden instead of them. I mean, could they be more transparent?
It would be extremely difficult, I'll tell you that much. And the damn thing is, their base is eating it up, and even those that are not in the base tend to be missing it.
You heard about how the January 6th commission, like hearings that were being televised on Fox News, they stopped having commercials so no one would change the channel. And they talked about anything else but
Right.
January 6th.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
if Fox News was ever a news organization, it sure as fuck isn't now, and it should be obvious to anyone but the most partisan.
Yeah, I think they haven't been a news organization for 30 years, maybe more. I
If
forget.
they ever were.
Yeah, I forget when they started and what they were like.
See,
But-
one reason I don't feel weird about consuming right-wing media is because I don't feel in any way in danger of absorbing and agreeing with it.
Right.
You know, and the reason I don't is because I have something called empathy and something else called compassion, and you have to leave those at the door as a right-winger.
Yeah, absolutely. And what gets me is so often when I either go into the waiting room or out of the waiting room at the dialysis center, the television is tuned to Fox Noise.
Now, is that one of those TVs where the patients can control it, or is it controlled by the nurses?
The patients can control it, yeah.
I see.
Yeah, and there are at least a couple of Trumpsters on dialysis. I know I was across the room from one of them, and I had to look at that goddamned MAGA hat every other day.
See, I
Um,
would want to go in there with the shirt that I have. It's like a riff on Cyndi Lauper's "Girls Just Want to Have Fun," but it says "Girls just want to destroy capitalism and smash the system" or something like that. It's
uh-huh.
very left wing socialist.
Yeah,
And
uh-huh.
just very proudly wear that in front of the maggot. I mean, if they're gonna wear that hat, I'm gonna have no shame whatsoever wearing left wing stuff.
Right. I just didn't have any in order to wear. I mean, I have the one T-shirt I got during the 2020 election period. What was it? I'm a better Christian than any Trump-loving Christian or some shit like that. And I forget where I put it, so I couldn't wear it in there.
Hmm. Yeah, it is weird how like easily atheist morality maps onto at least the fluffier parts of what Jesus said.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because most of it's just plain old common sense. Don't piss off the people around you and life will be better.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't mistreat someone cruelly and heartlessly and life will be better for everyone around. I mean, you don't need a god for any of that shit.
I do have to
It's
wonder
really
how.
easy to figure out. Toddlers can figure that out.
Oh, and most of them do until they get it indoctrinated out of them by their bigot parents.
Yeah,
Um,
like
so
first
again,
command. Be excellent to each other.
yeah, huh?
Well,
Dayo korostu. And I do have to wonder, though, how accurate that sentiment is that Jesus was a compassionate hippie. I don't know. I mean, some of the stuff I read in the Gospels make me wonder. Where he says
I
carry a
mean,
sword and all that shit.
yeah, what was it? I bring not love but death or something. What was the
Something like
one?
that, yes.
Yeah, it's like most of the time he does sound like oh, sell off all your possessions to feed the poor kind of nonsense, but a lot of the time he does say some things that sound a little murdery.
Yeah.
I have not come to bring peace, but a sword.
That's the
Yeah, yeah,
one.
that's the one.
And yet, like everything else he says doesn't make that sound right. You know what I mean? And it's like it's incongruous. But then again, given how many different authors the Bible had, I mean, if there weren't continuity errors, it would actually be an argument in favor of its truth.
Mm-hmm.
But there's continuities all the hell over the place. So, I mean, like, that's one thing I keep, like, I can't have a discussion about the existence of God, even with most atheists, because they don't get where I'm coming from. Like I still see like proselytizers, evangelicals, all of that as God's PR team, as God's sales team, right? And they have to make me want to purchase the product and believe that the price is worth it, and they have thus far failed,
Right.
right? But like when I say to these proselytizers and even other atheists that the God of the Bible definitely doesn't exist, even if another God does, that seems to get misunderstood a lot. And when I try to explain it, the explanation bounces off because they've already made up their mind about what I'm trying to say. But my point is that we can look in the Bible and see all kinds of bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Like we can see things in the real world that contradict it outright. So the Bible is wrong, thus the God in the Bible doesn't exist. Even if there's a version of that God out there somewhere, like someone wrote this book about that God, they just got everything wrong. Fine.
Right.
But the God
Right.
of the Bible absolutely does not exist. But when I say that, people seem to think it's me outright denying like everything. They don't hear the nuance in there. They don't hear the stipulation that even if that God that they're trying to describe exists, the God they've described doesn't. That people can't handle that level of nuance. Apparently,
Yes, I'm a,
the argument
Nuance?
has to be does or doesn't exist.
Nuance,
yeah,
that's too many syllables.
yeah, I'm a very different atheist to gods I've never heard of than to the God of the Bible.
Yeah, and that's another thing they don't get is that atheism isn't a worldview and thus is not meant to be applied universally. It's not, like I can have different attitudes towards different gods. Now, I do not agree with the way Richard Dawkins put it when he said, like, everyone's an atheist for every God. It's just we go one God further. No, if you believe in at least one God, you're not an atheist. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, the only way to not be an atheist is to qualify as a theist.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah. And the other thing I would like to see is if you're going to ask me, do I believe in gods at all, which I lean toward not. It would help if you could define what you mean by a god.
See,
Um,
and that's something I've found difficult too, because I read a lot of sci-fi fantasy. I've played a lot of like D&D and stuff. And hell, you can just look at like the Greek and Roman and Norse pantheons, Egyptian, etc. Like they did not have the all-powerful God of the Abrahamic God. They didn't have a Yahweh. Most of their gods dealt with like specific elements or like emotions, gods of love and war and all that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And so it's like, but at that point, what makes them distinct from other magical entities that they are gods and something else isn't?
Right, right. Yeah, which is why I will usually qualify things and say that I disbelieve the supernatural. I've mentioned my reasons many times, and if you want to hear them again, I will. But um, I'll try to subsume all of it in the most convenient term I can think of, and anything outside of the natural is what I'm less inclined to accept.
Well, there was one flaw with your old comparison of tree nymphs, because those were actually considered minor deities.
Who
Who?
said tree nymphs?
You
Oh,
so
tree
back
nymph.
back in
Okay.
the day when you were making comparison of trying to define God, you're using tree nymphs as an example of something that wasn't considered a god yet, but they were considered minor deities.
And I said that?
Yeah,
I don't remember
I
this, but
didn't hear
okay.
it, but that's
But
beside the point.
point being is like it still I don't know where the line is drawn between magical creature and deity. I'm not sure I could possibly define it. And every time I've gone looking it up, there's always an Abrahamic slant to the definition.
Yeah, and that's so easy in this culture. For example, I'm not sure if I agree with Aaron Ra's definition of a god as a anthropomorphic magical being or something like that. I mean, does Quetzalcoatl fit? I mean, is Quetzalcoatl uh, considered a god? Because that's
yes.
more an animal
Yeah, actually,
representation.
Quetzalcoatl would be considered a god.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, anthropomorphized, I don't believe is a requirement. In fact, I recently saw like someone had made a 3D mock-up of the description of an angel from the Bible. It's that one where it's got like 1,000 eyes and all kinds of crap, and it's one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. It does not look even remotely like a winged human in a robe with a halo. It looked like a big cluster of white bird wings with eyes plastered all over it.
Oh yeah, some those actual depictions of angels are weird.
Yeah. So, and like growing up, I wasn't exposed to Christianity the way kids growing up in a Christian household were, but it's not like I didn't see any. And every depiction of an angel is, the winged human with the halo and everything, and the robes and all that nonsense. But they give you the impression that people, humans, become that when they die.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you're given the halo and the harp and the wings, etc., when you die and go to heaven. And I guess maybe you grow horns and a tail and become demonic if you got, I don't know, it's not important. But then I hear like, other Christians who've made more of a study of it saying, no, 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 you go to heaven as just a heaven dweller and the angels are more like your guardians or some shit. And I'm like, okay, which is it? Get your lore straight, guys.
And the other thing I always wanted to know when we got that whole guardian angel stuff when I was in Catholic grade school is okay, which of the seven choirs is assigned to you? because they had a whole hierarchy of angels going.
Well, I mean, that's another problem though, is like in my world, choir and say like chorus or whatever is just, an a cappella group.
Yeah, okay.
It's not like, oh yeah, here's a legion of angels. A legion of angels is a choir, kind of the way it's a murder of crows. That sort of nonsense.
Yeah, uh-huh.
It just seems like such a. It's like that's a problem I have with a lot of the Judeo-Christian languages. They have a tendency to use words in ways I never would, in ways that nobody ever would outside of a biblical context. Like the word grace. God's grace.
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't map easily at all onto any definition of the word grace that I know.
Oh, I got it wrong. Sorry. 9 choirs of angels. Oh, Jesus.
But I mean,
Seraphim,
like,
cherubim, thrones, dominations, virtues, powers, archangels, principalities.
but you
Holy
see what I'm
shit.
saying though is like choir just doesn't seem like rank I could see, level I could see, clan I could see, but choir it doesn't sound right,
Yeah, okay. I got you.
But then again, I mean, if you'd asked me at age 5 what an engineer was, I would have had only one answer.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
It's one of those words where the archaic usage just doesn't really get used at all now, but they've retained it in like this specific context.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
This is crazy. I mean, I'm looking through some of the stuff here from Catholic Online, and it's reminding me of the stuff they filled us with in Catholic grade school. And I mean, they even have specific duties for each of the levels in the hierarchy. It's weird. I mean, where do they get this stuff? I don't understand. Is some of it from Jewish theology? I don't know. I mean, let's face it, Christianity is started off as a sect of Judaism.
It's Torah 2, Bible Boogaloo.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It is kind of weird when you think about it that like all of Jesus's followers were Jewish.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like they weren't Christians yet. Like Christians didn't exist until the fella died.
Right.
Even looking at choir under the etymology of it, it doesn't really make sense.
Okay.
It's basically just referring to singing.
See, that's the context I know. Now, granted, I know they have the whole thing about heavenly choirs, blah de blah de blah, but still.
Band of singers, that's what it means.
It just
Etymology.
well, maybe that's what it is like each of them are singing a different heavenly tune or some shit.
I don't know, maybe.
I still think that then if they're all singing, well, like, okay, if it's supposed to be paradise, why are they all doing those like horrible like songs that aren't any fun? If I was going to be in paradise, there'd be some rock set playing.
Okay.
There'd be like some, I don't know, seraphim shredding it on his axe. It wouldn't be all harp music.
Well, Satan has better music.
Sha.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, hell is where everyone goes who knows how to have a good time. But, I mean, like, the only reason I can think of for the devil to punish people to be in hell is sour grapes over not being in heaven. So he's taking it out on all the dead people who didn't go there either. You'd think he'd go a recruiting so he could go a conquering.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, well, these things like we've refined storytelling so much in like the last several thousand years that I bet someone could rewrite the Bible and make it actually good, like worth reading. Even if like it's stipulated, yeah, this is still bullshit, but at least it's not like begat, At least at least it's not dull and fucking boring the whole time. So I mean, like the people who wrote the Bible just weren't that good at storytelling. Like the techniques hadn't been developed yet, and that's why the Bible is so shitty. Like
Well, one
that's
of the,
got to be it. You know, I mean, if Jesus had been started from the ground up using Joseph Campbell's hero cycle, I think he would have been a much more compelling character.
okay.
Well,
Now,
if,
one of the things I want to do is go to some of the original sources. I mean, so much of the Christian Bible is cribbed from other sources. A lot of it comes from the Babylonians or Zoroastrians or any of this stuff. And I'd like to see how much better the originals are than that crap, that the horrible.
I don't know. I mean, like, okay, they made a graphic novel out of the original script for Star Wars, and it's nigh incomprehensible. Like, I've tried reading it many times and can barely make head or tail of it.
Okay.
oh,
It's just absolutely bizarre what the original script was.
they claim we have to go on faith because as if we actually knew God existed, that would ruin the whole thing. We have to go on faith. So why doesn't Satan just show up and prove with facts and evidence instead that this whole thing's real?
Yeah.
Well, the part about the like God has to, they say it'll interfere with free will if we know that God
Oh,
exists. Now,
please.
stipulating
Yeah,
that free will exists, which I don't think it does, but let's, for the sake of argument, pretend. Just knowing that God exists won't fuck with free will any more than Superman jumping in front of those bullets and saving my life interfered with my free will or the free will of the guy shooting the bullets. He interfered with some objects, not with someone's choices, right? So if I knew a God existed, I would still be the same person. I would still have the same mind. I could still make the same choices. It's just now I'm making them based on more information than I had before.
Yeah.
So God revealing himself would not fuck with free will if it existed in any way, shape, or form.
Nor would it if we were able to be perfect.
Well, I don't think that these people know what free will is. I think for them it's also like it's similar along the same lines as scary word, but in this case it's different. It's thing I like about myself word, I guess. I don't know. Because like I have to admit, even as a determinist, the thought of not having free will does feel a little like I don't like it. I'd like to believe that I'm in charge of me, but
Yeah.
but I see no reason to believe that free will exists at all, and plenty of reason to think it doesn't. So, I mean, I'm bowing to that reality, but I think there's some people who can't handle it, who can't handle the idea of being a meat robot.
I may be one of them because I admit to wanting to know or wanting to feel that I am in control of myself, and it's not all up to determinism. I don't know. I think about it from time to time, and it's difficult for me to let go of the idea of free will. I admit
Well,
that.
I challenge anybody to show me how free will, to show me any evidence whatsoever of free will, of our actions coming from anywhere but our brains. I challenge anyone to show me.
Wait a minute, I'm confused-icated when you say challenge me to give you some evidence that our actions don't come from anywhere but our brains. Isn't that the whole
I'm sorry, but that come from somewhere other than our brain. That they show me that the brain isn't the only source of action, of impetus, of decision.
Yeah, well, that's more or less what I'm holding on to, and so wait, am I describing it incorrectly?
Well, maybe I am. It's just that, like, free will, if free will existed, it would mean that we could make choices that our biology would otherwise not allow. Like, if our brain, like the structure of our brain, our central processing unit, was incapable of something, free will would allow us to do it anyway. The only way free will could exist is if it were an exception to what biology does.
Okay, maybe I'm describing it incorrectly then, because what I'm after is um, I'm trying to describe a situation where the action we take is not necessarily predictable by a set of what's the word I'm looking for? Deductive rules.
So, how can that possibly exist without magic?
What I'm thinking is that our actions are probabilistic, where we cannot say exactly this will happen, but we can lay out probabilities.
That doesn't answer my question in any fashion at all. It doesn't even address it. The question is, when we take an action, what besides our brain made the decision and sent the signal to the rest of our body to do it? If it's not the brain, then what?
The way I see it, nothing. It is the brain, yes.
Then that's deterministic. It's not free will. The only way free will could exist, free will means that we can make choices independent of the outside world. Essentially, free will requires a soul. If we're to do anything other than what our biology directs us to do, and our biology is as much a slave to like physics and everything else as anything else is. Our brain is not doing anything other than playing out its program, its biological program, and responding to outside stimulus. So where's the free will?
I think it's more a matter of what the question of free will is more a matter of whether we're making that choice consciously or whether it's subconscious through just.
Then that's a bullshit definition because there's nothing free about it.
Well,
Maybe someone is using the wrong set of words when it comes to free will, but if you're going to call it free will, then that means that when I will something, it is not bound to the physical world, which will happen the same way, regardless. It's like if I roll the same dice under the same exact conditions, they will always come up the same number every time.
Okay, now there's where I'm starting to draw the distinction. What I'm hearing you saying, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that with a given set of preconditions, you will always get this outcome.
Yes.
But what I'm looking at with free will is, given this set of preconditions, there is a probability that you will get that outcome. It might be 90%, it might be 75%, but there is that possibility you will get a different outcome.
Where is that possibility coming from? And again, that also still doesn't address the question of free will. Because even if you get another outcome, the reason why is whether or not it's will.
Yeah, well, there's what I'm doing is assigning the name free will to that probabilistic outcome. And am I doing it wrong?
That's not how that, like, seriously, if you're assigning that name to it, we're going to be talking at cross purposes.
Okay, so.
As far as I'm concerned, free will absolutely must be able to buck the demands of determinism. There is no other way it can be free will. If the outside world affects it, if your biology affects your decision making, in fact makes all of it, then it's not free will. It's just simply, this is what happens. It's just, this is where the next domino falls.
Okay.
For it to be free will, you have to be able to interfere with where the dominoes are going to fall on their own. And I don't see how that's possible. Because all of your actions are a domino. All of your thoughts are a domino. Everything that makes you up is just the universe doing its thing. There is no free will there at all. We are meat robots. Carrying out a program.
I think I'm starting to get it.
So how is free will even a little bit possible? I dare you to tell me. How can we buck physics. We can't. Unless there's some sort of like magic or something quantum that we don't understand yet, I don't see how free will can exist.
Okay, I think I'm starting to get it, so I've got to decide where what I'm trying to hold on to fits into that realm of naming.
I don't think it does. I think what you're holding on to is a soul. You're just not calling it that.
Okay.
I mean, I think what you're holding on to is the idea that I am more than my parts.
Oh, yeah, I definitely believe that I'm more than the sum of my parts. It's that whole, what's the word I'm looking for? Constructionist or something, where, you know how Frank Turek yelled at Hitchens in the one debate where he's saying, where does the, I think it's, where does the soul lie? Is it in the benzene molecule, or is it in this protein, or that sort of thing? And it's not the way the parts sum together, it's the way they interact that produces more.
But see, that's the thing, is that it is just the parts interacting. It is not, there is not a decision being made that wasn't made by the universe. You know, by simply the functions of how the universe interacts with itself.
Okay, yeah, I give you that definitely.
So the will of doing something, the decision to do something and put that decision into action doesn't come from anywhere but those falling dominoes of physics. You see, so where there's no free will there. You have to have magic. You have to have something that can say that domino was gonna fall there, but I've chosen to interfere. That's the only way free will can exist, is if it makes an exception to the real world.
Okay, I'm kind of starting to get some of that stuff there, and
So I say again, I challenge anyone to show me how free will can exist, like without showing me that magic is real. I dare you.
It's like a Britannica, the supposed power or capacity of humans to make decisions or perform actions independently of any prior event or state of the universe.
Which I say is impossible. Because everything that came before helped make that decision.
Then you also have compatibilism, which you have those things influencing the event, but the final product you can decide one way or the other.
But how?
Yeah, you're still running into the same problem.
Yeah, it's just like the seat of consciousness is the brain. I mean, hell, I've had myself changed because the physical structures of my brain changed. I know that the brain is the self. The self is what the brain makes, does, generates.
yeah, okay, I'll give you that
I
latter
think it
one.
came from, like, I didn't know this was from Fight Club, but apparently it is that we are what our brain does. The I
Yes.
and I think, therefore I am. It's the thinking that makes the I.
Yeah, the product of the operation of the brain is ultimately the self.
And since the brain is subject to determinism just as much as the rest of the universe, then we are playing out the pattern of the universe. We don't have free will.
Okay, I guess I can start to understand what you're saying in that respect. Yeah.
See, that's something I find very strange, is I've been saying this for years, and it seems like nobody understands me. Until now, nobody seems to have understood what the hell I'm getting at. I'm just wondering, like, why has this been such an uphill battle just to get people to understand it, much less agree with it?
In my case, it's a matter of definitions. I think I was using a definition different to yours.
I don't know.
Probably because for most people it just feels wrong.
And I mean, like I said at the start of this, is I don't like it. I don't like what the universe seems like, how it seems to be with regard to free will and decision making. I think it's shitty. I'd like to believe there's more to me than that, but the evidence isn't there. So what you gonna do?
I think it's all about agency because well, just think of the creation stories and all that sort of thing. There had to be a mind involved in getting everything built and running. We like to think of ourselves in the driver's seat. At least I do. And I wish I could remember where I saw the problem, and maybe I'm even imagining that I did, but I thought I remembered seeing a problem somewhere which stated your little brother maintains that the ice cream machine over there has a little man inside dispensing ice cream sandwiches to the people who come up to him. Without opening the machine, convince him that that is not the case. And I think I remember, my memory says I saw this problem when I was in middle school, so maybe I was, 9 or 10 years old. I wish I knew where I could find it to show everybody, because I remember solving it and I don't remember exactly what I came up with. But yeah, it's that whole agency thing.
My first thought, though, would have been to write down, screw that, it's his job to prove it to me. I don't know if you convince him it's not true. In fact, proving a negative, screw that. It's his job to prove me there is a man in there.
Okay.
Just like I say, based on the evidence, I don't think free will can exist. Someone prove it wrong. Show me free will, if you can. I double dog dare you. Now, if by free will they do mean agency, I will accept that every human, every creature, every being is an entity that has its own agency. I think we maybe just agree on, or disagree, those of us who don't believe in free will and those who do, on the source of that agency.
Yeah, and I think that's where you and I have differed.
We are independent creatures, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But we are not. We still don't have free will. We just have agency.
Yeah, I think that's been the source of the confusion between thou and me. And I don't know, maybe I'm starting to get an idea of what you're talking about, and it's taken long enough, but
I don't think that the term free will is a good one, because I don't think people really understand it. I mean, we don't talk about will very often. Most of the time when I hear people talking about their will, and they don't mean, last will and testament, it's usually in the context of like magic, use your will to control the sorcerous powers of this, that, and the other thing, out of D&D kind of stuff. And so when people talk about free will, it's such a fuzzy term in the general sense, like among the general populace, that being able to even talk about it requires talking about definitions up front.
Yes, and nobody ever does, and it's really confusing.
So, I think it would help if we said something like agency versus free agency. But even then, people are going to start thinking of sports. But still, I am well aware that I, as an independent creature, I make my decisions with my brain, but I don't have free will over it. It controls me, not I it. In fact, I wonder how much of that is like how much my figuring this shit out this way is being autistic, is being neurodivergent, looking at it in a way that other people usually don't.
I'd be willing to say more than zero. Yeah, I would be.
Yeah, I remember a little
Let me
debate
get a cup of coffee.
I remember a little debate between Rationality Rules and Matt Dillahunty on whether free will exists or not. I think their conclusion was free will doesn't exist, but will does.
Well, and I seem to remember now. Rationality Rules. That's Stephen Woodford, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. It's like there are certain people who are in the same circles as he, whose names have gotten blended together for me. But all right. I seem to vaguely remember trying to have a discussion with him and Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic, yes,
Right. Yeah.
about this, and we were definitely running into the same sort of definition problems. Like they said, okay, when I define free will as blah, then I have free will, and I'm like, yeah, but you have to define it that way first. You know,
Yeah, that's actually
like
part of
like
the.
it sounded more like they wanted to say yes I have free will than to actually have free will.
Yeah, that was actually part of the debate that he had with Matt. It was they actually argued that you actually have to redefine what free will is to get free will.
Well,
Yeah,
don't you have to
and
set
just-
out definitions every time you make an argument like that?
You kind of do. I mean, it's kind of like every time I say I'm an atheist, and then some schmuck goes like, "Oh, so you say God doesn't exist, right?"
Right.
And I'm like, "That's not what an atheist fucking is." And then they go, "Well, you know," they listen to my description of being an atheist, and they go, "Well, you're not an atheist, you're an agnostic," and I have to explain that that's an outdated definition they're using, and blah 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 blah. So yeah, you have to like
Yeah.
the sheer number of times I've had to go through the definition conversation with people just because they are using definitions that make it. Well, I mean, because I've actually said to people, look, using those older definitions of atheist and agnostic, I can't describe my actual position.
Yes.
You know,
Right.
I actually
right.
have to. We have to change the language in order for me to be understood by you.
Yeah.
And I'm actually encountering a lot of resistance just from atheists on that one. You know, it's the people who insist that rocks and babies are an atheist, that you have to have considered the question first to be an atheist.
I am so tired of that. Yeah.
You know, it's like that is unnecessary gatekeeping, especially since like my definition of atheism includes theirs, while theirs excludes mine. Like they can still express what they are using different words, but using their definitions, I can't explain my position.
Yeah.
And that argument bounces right the fuck off them too.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
that's the worst part is when an argument bounces off of somebody.
I mean, personally, when I'm looking at that argument, I have to say that in order to say is something an atheist or not, you first have to be able to form a concept such that you can say, no, I do not believe this. I do not accept this concept. And a rock
Don't buy
can't.
that for a second. Not at all. No. The only way to not be an atheist, the only way to not be an atheist is to be a theist. Because if you're atheistic, then you're not a theist. The only way to not be an atheist is to be a theist. You have to believe in at least one God. But that doesn't mean you have to have thought about it, considered the question, anything. All you have to do is not believe. It like a lot of people seem to think, well, it's not fair because to, be a theist, you have to have considered the question of God first. I'm like, yeah, but that's because you're changing from being someone who doesn't believe in God to someone who does. I mean, like any definition of atheist other than like not a theist makes no sense. None.
Well, let's put it this way. You've never heard any God concepts before. That's never been in the lexicon. How many gods do you believe in?
Zilch.
Atheist.
There you go. Let's, and then they'll go, but a rock can't think. A rock can't decide there's no God. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't have to. In fact, the fact that it can't think is why it's an atheist. Because it can't make the decision to believe in God. It can't feel a damn thing. It's not a theist. Thus, atheist. But they're like, no. An atheist has to be just like a theist, but, reverse. And I'm like, no, they don't. That's just simply not what an atheist is. I mean, it'd be like saying, well, you have to have had the opportunity to collect stamps to not collect stamps.
Yeah, I kind of lean that way, really.
So, I mean, when someone tries to say that an atheist is someone who does not believe in God and has to be a thinking entity, I kind of want to slap them a little.
Well, I don't know. No, I'll mull that one over for a while.
Well, it's because that argument is older than dirt at this point, and given that if they just use my definition, they can still say what they're trying to say. They just have to use different words, and I can say what I'm trying to say. It seems to me that that is the right, well, maybe not compromise, but the right solution is to use my version because then it satisfies everybody except for the ones being pedantic about what words we're using. The ones clinging to no, 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 an atheist has to be, except for those people, everyone can be happy. Everyone can say what they're trying to say. So why are they resisting so fucking hard?
I
I
guess
mean, I just don't get it.
I guess a lot of us find it difficult to give up foundational definitions. I know I can.
Well, should, because it's getting in the way. The world has changed, our understanding has changed. Those of us who previously were kept quiet by all of this specific language are now speaking up, and it's time to adapt.
Excuse me
You
while I
know,
reach for some acetaminophen here.
I'm just saying, it's like it's. I hate being out on the cutting edge of something because it usually is very frustrating.
Oh yeah, I agree. Está na caberot. Come on, you. I hate when these caps get tilted and jam into threads.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Let's get this going over here because I got shitload of drugs here, man, to take. All right, there we go. We're getting there now.
There's your life.
Now I remember what I was going to do today. Okay, good.
You do
I've
remember
been
that?
trying to exercise more, so I was going to play some Beat Saber or Spark.
Oh, move beef.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a bladed war instrument made from a root vegetable.
What?
No.
Yeah, a beat saber.
What kind of beat?
Aww.
See, you're trying to be funny, but really you're just making me sad for you.
I'm an expert at not being funny.
Yes, but you don't have to put it out there in public for everyone else to see.
Aww.
In fact, you know what? It's very not funny to be quiet. Nobody, like, aside from mimes and Charlie Chaplin and shit, nobody's been funny while being silent.
Dai un corostu. Oh my, oh my. Oh, ow!
Don't do that, it hurts.
I did that wrong.
Well, stop it.
I would like to. I've got to work out a way to manage that.
Oh, have they not realized that this thank you receipt for your payment spam ain't working? Jeez. Everyone knows about it now.
It must work occasionally.
I guess.
Oh. At least they're not buying a stamp every time they send one of those out.
So, there's one other thing I'm tempted to make today.
Oh boy.
Like I was saying, I need to go out and get like some frozen pizza. I was also thinking about doing this.
Spaghetti hot dog.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I've never done
you
it.
stab the hot dogs through with the pasta and then boil it.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat, you know.
Oh, have you done it before?
Hot dogs are like $7 a pack now, right now.
Holy
isn't
shit.
it crazy pants? What the hell, dude?
Jeez.
People were bitching about inflation at the start of the pandemic, and I wasn't really noticing it. But now, holy crap!
I can almost buy a pound of ground beef for less.
Cha.
Yeah, I don't want to know what ground beef would cost now.
I prefer my beef to fly anyway.
Okay, yeah, pretty much.
I got like 0.7 pounds of ground beef for like $4 something. Last time I bought some.
I actually bought some of those like frozen hamburger patties a while back, and like instead of eating hamburgers, I would actually like chop them up, break them up, and
Oh,
use them
yeah.
as stir fry meat.
Yeah.
The only thing is that you have to buy so much at once that I started to put on a little, so I'm not doing that again.
The thing
Well,
that
I've been-
got me is I learned that I had to be really careful because a lot of the ground beef patties that you find out there are mostly filler.
Mm.
And
Well-
not good.
Well, regardless, I like they don't have that shredded chicken that I like so much anymore, and so
Oh.
um, I have to actually figure out a cheap alternative, and there are none. Everything's expensive now.
Yeah. No, around here, if I get the timing right, I could bring a deer down in the yard, but
Well, I was getting really good at some of those stir fries too. I mean, like I was doing them pretty decent before, but now, like I've figured out some techniques. I don't know, like I'm sure there's someone out there who'd be really offended by what I do, but I've been making these like citrus chicken stir fries and stuff that are really really good, and
oh.
teriyaki soup, and it's like, and I've tried a few other stir, like I've tried to make an Italian stir fry. It didn't work very well, but I don't know. So, but I mean, like I'm getting good at those, and now I have less access to one of the major ingredients.
Yeah.
What I've been doing was basically just taking the meat, mixing it with some pasta and rice and some veggies from my garden, and I just season it with some garlic powder, onion powder, soy sauce, and General Tao sauce.
Well,
Okay.
It's pretty good.
I
Okay.
have a whole technique with it because they're like it turns out that timing is so much more important than I previously thought. I've been throwing the like the vegetables and the pasta on top of the meat too early.
Oh,
I
sure.
know.
That's
I know-
easy to do.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have.
Adding the teriyaki sauce at the wrong time, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
there
I
is
mean,
an
it's
order.
yeah. I've also figured out that because I never realized that stir frying the noodles worked so well.
Yeah, there is an order to making it.
Because like I had been taking all of the like the stir fried meat and veggies and all of that, and then just throwing it on top of pasta. But actually throwing the pasta into the stir fry pan and frying it up a bit, you get something similar to chow mein, and it's really good.
Yes, I can imagine. Yeah.
So also, like I always wondered, how is it that the rice and fried rice or the noodles always seem to have that sort of brownish texture that looks like you've seasoned them? It turns out it's just the stuff in the stir fry pan getting on top of it while you're frying it up.
Okay then. Yes.
I need to get like when I go to Vermont, I need to get a wok or something similar. One of those frying pans with this sort of curved inward top, so that when you like shake it on the burner, everything goes back into the pan.
Yes. Yes.
You know, one of those, because I've found that one of the weaknesses of my stir fries is how mixed things aren't. You know, it's like generally you end up with a cluster of pasta and a cluster of the rest of the ingredients. And it's like, that's not what I was going for. But with that thing that you can toss around with that frying pan, that will really help mix things up a bit. Plus, the stovetop I have is one of those induction deals, so it's completely flat and thus so much easier to clean up anything that slops out of the pan.
Is that at the new place?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing that, like, I don't know how quickly those burners heat up. That's the only thing that I think will be a drawback from cooking with fire.
I don't know. One thing I had to get used to, I have an electric stovetop for the first time in, like 50 years. And yeah, it does take a while for that to warm up. So not that long, not as long as I thought it was going to take. So maybe those induction stovetops do the same sort of thing.
Oh, it says here that these induction stovetops can boil 6 quarts of water in under 15 minutes. I don't know if that's good. But
It's
it
not
says here
bad.
the pan heats up super quickly. So like apparently this one's so weird. Is like you can put the pan on there and it'll heat it up, but then you can put your hand right down on top of the burner and it feels like nothing.
Oh, okay.
So here we go. Here we go. Induction stoves and cooktops offer precise temperature control. Electric cooktops take a lot of time to heat up and cool down, and it's difficult to hit a precise temperature with gas ranges. But with induction, you're afforded super precise temperature control, which allows for more controlled cooking. When you turn the burner off, heat transfer stops immediately, so there's less of a chance of foods boiling over or overcooking. Interesting. Induction stoves and cooktops are more energy efficient. Here we go. This is the one I'm looking for. Induction stoves and cooktops maintain a cool cooking surface. Since only the pan gets hot, a hot element will never be exposed, preventing fire hazards and the risk of burns in the first place. This also allows for quicker cleanup. Some people claim this makes it safer to cook around children, but keep in mind that the cookware and the food inside still remains very hot, of course. So, yeah. It doesn't really say you can put your hand on it, but that's what I was told. I don't know.
Well, I would take that with a grain of salt, but still.
Yeah, that's
One
something
of,
I'd want to test.
one of the things I'm still learning as far as the electric cooktop goes is how to do the after cooking, if you want to call it that, where you can turn the element off but still use its residual heat to finish your cooking.
Yeah,
Sometimes
you don't
can't
do
really
that
do
with an
that.
induction stove. They very specifically say no. I mean, maybe the residual heat of the cooking vessel itself, but not the stove.
Sounds like you'd have to maybe turn it down to get the
You
same
would.
result.
You would.
Oh, what are we going over here?
I don't know. This doesn't sound bad to me. I mean, I'd like to get one of those.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to giving it a try. One of the reasons that, like, one of the banes of my existence in this apartment, in fact, in general, just has been stoves because they're so hard to clean.
Yeah,
It's
they
like I
are.
don't.
Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of people say air fryers are good.
So, but I mean, this induction stove. I mean, it's a flat top. It's like a flat glass top. If something spills, you can just wipe. You don't have to like, oh, let me take out the cooking element, and then like there's this thing that may or may not be a problem if you get it wet, and this, that, and the other thing. It's
Yeah,
like really complicated. But with the induction stovetop, you just it's a flat surface. You wipe. That's it.
I'd kind of
And
like
given that
that.
I'm a bit of a slob, that will really help keep things clean.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't know how much of that citrus degreaser I go through, even with my electric stovetop.
So here's a question,
Here's an answer.
and I want to actually poll everybody on this one. Which do you think is the better way to do things? If you can only pick one of these two options, so don't go off script, is to do it the hard way and build character, or to work smarter and not harder, doing it efficiently and making things easier for yourself.
Oh, I like the latter, I do.
I
As
certainly
do I.
prefer to work smarter.
I mean, I forget exactly what inspired this question, but there was something I was seeing where it was like, I think it was someone who wanted to lose a shit ton of weight, but wanted to get a gastric bypass instead of exercising, and people were looking down on them for it.
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. What is
You
that? No
know?
pain, no gain, or some shit attitude, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, again, work smarter, not harder. I
Well,
mean, it's like, where do you find that balance? Because I'm sure nobody draws that line in the same place.
right. Well, the thing that I would be thinking is you also have to consider the risks of the surgery. I mean, gastric bypass is no outpatient surgery thing.
Yeah,
It's
no,
no.
see, this is why I said don't go off script. I was saying the point was that someone said to them, no, 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 you're not allowed to do it the easy way. You have to do all of the exercising and get yourself thin that way instead, because if you do it the easy way, character flaw. I mean, it was just something nebulous about how it was the wrong way to do things, to do it the easy way, apparently. I've never really understood why it's wrong to do things the easy way as long as you're not hurting anyone else.
Well, if
Well,
I
I
can get
don't
the same
necessarily consider gastric bypass to be the
Okay,
easy
not
way.
the point!
So if I can get
Diana, you're getting bogged down on specifics here. The point is the philosophical one about doing something the easy way being somehow lesser than doing something the hard way. Forget the bypass surgery. You're too hung up on it.
Am I getting the same result either way at the end? So
That's well, see, that's the thing is they seem to be thinking you won't because while you will still be thin, you will somehow have not learned something from it and thus will be a lesser person, I guess.
well, if being thin would be the result I'm after, then that doesn't really matter.
Well, but see, that's my point is they're making it sound like it should matter. It's some sort of weird moral failing on the part of someone in their world to do something the easy way. And I don't get that.
Moo. What you got on the egg thing over here? Oh. Tori Sama says diet or meth?
Yeah, well, meth has its own problems. I mean, that's self-destructive in a different way. Let's put it this way: going on a diet, getting bypass surgery, whatever, it's unlikely to make your teeth fall out.
Yeah, that's true.
Meth has its own problems.
Oh,
But
boy.
really, I mean, like I've never really understood that whole if you do it the easy way, it's bad nonsense. I mean, it's like why haven't we like everything that's easier in this world was created by someone who is sick and tired of doing it the hard way.
Yeah.
I mean, we have stoves because we got sick and tired of building a fire every night to cook the meat.
Then I've gotten back to some old ways that actually turn out to be easier than some of the more modern options.
Like
Like my scythe, for instance.
Your who?
your what? Your
My
scythe?
scythe. My scythe. I go.
Oh, the scythe.
I use my
oh.
scythe to cut my lawn, and it's much easier because of the way my lawn's laid out than using a lawnmower.
Well, I solved the problem by living on the 4th floor. Well, in San Diego, the 2nd floor, but in Vermont, it'll be. It'd be really difficult to have a yard from the 4th floor. So I don't have to cut it grass that way.
That could be a little bit difficult.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I like yard work. I'm weird.
Yeah, see, the problem is that it has work in the name of it.
Though not having a
And
yard,
that sort of tells you how much fun it's going to be.
though not having a yard also makes it difficult to have a garden.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
I don't want a garden. In fact, the only reason I can think of right now to grow plants at all is because, well, there's no dispensaries and I need weed.
There you go.
Well, I started growing so I could have food just in case I can't buy food.
I do have a source in Vermont for psilocybin if I want to try it. Apparently,
Okay.
that's like okay. A huge part of why, at least my dad, got his head out of his ass with regard to me, is because he started using it as therapy, like doing some sort of guided psilocybin meditation thingy,
Oh,
right? And that's why, like, it cleared his head on some of the ways he'd been treating me. And some of the ways we've been interacting, and he suddenly gained like all of this empathy and insight, and he went, "Oh, is that what I've been doing? Oh shit, didn't mean to." And our relationship is greatly improved ever since.
oh, that's a good thing.
And so, like, as much as it sounds like it might be entertaining to smell colors or whatever, like I might try that source in Vermont for just like to see if there's some shit I need to work on. I don't know.
I don't know if I could do that stuff anymore because the whole bit with the bad kidneys. I don't know about eliminating the metabolic products.
Well, I don't know about that part. I just know that I'm curious and would like to try it, at least for entertainment value at first, but who knows?
Yeah. Huh?
I don't think it's super legal in Vermont, but, well, if someone grows it and no one notices.
Moo.
Dude, I can taste the sound of the colors.
I'm curious, like, because apparently my cousin Adam and his husband Will tried it, and they were like walking through the woods and like they were seeing smells and all kinds of stuff. It sounds
Yeah.
really interesting. I mean, like I've dropped acid 3 times, and obviously I've done more than my fair share of weed, and been drunk a couple of times, once or twice maybe. But I mean, like even on acid, I never really had that experience. In fact, the body sensations are more intense with marijuana than they ever were with the acid.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
but the visual effects were much more pronounced with the acid. In fact, I'm not sure if I've had any visual effects from weed.
Yeah, I have been known to experience synesthesia even without the hallucinogenics, and it's interesting to tell you the absolute truth. I love it, but I don't know.
I'm
I
not
don't know
sure
where
if
I'm
I've ever
going with
experienced
this.
synesthesia before.
Second, huh?
I'm not sure if I've ever experienced synesthesia.
Well, one thing I like to do, like if I'm just gonna get stoned or whatever and not do anything else, I'll put on either some music, usually sort of synth wavy type stuff, or like I have a couple of stoner movies. Dumb and Dumber is my usual go-to. And then I'll just sack out on the floor because I don't have a couch, and the cats will come up and cuddle me, and I'll just sort of zonk out. Right? I love the couch lock aspect of getting high. And it's interesting, but when the body high kicks in, it honestly starts to feel like I've gone numb without the pain. You're like, how like you go numb if you've been, I don't know, sitting on your arm for too long where
Oh
it's too cold.
yeah, yeah.
It'll hurt. And then it'll go numb, and then when it's like, not numb anymore, it has to hurt before it starts to feel normal again. Well, this is like being numb without the hurting part. And it can a little bit feel like I've melted into the floor, or like my hands have melted, like they're made out of candle wax, and so now they're just one big, almost hand-shaped pancake blob. And like I'm sort of tingling all over, like I hit my funny bone again without it hurting. And it's just a really weirdly trippy body high that sort of goes away if I open my eyes for too long.
Okay.
But yeah, like I can see how someone might meditate on weed. But then again, I might be reacting to it funky because my brain is weird. Or, well, maybe I should just say it damaged. So, I mean, I don't know, but that is a much stronger body effect than I ever felt from acid. On acid, it looked like the world was made out of oil and everything was getting all sloshed around.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't that extreme, but that was happening. It's like it was like, if you close your eyes, or if you're looking at a white wall, sometimes you can see these weird little things floating, and they kind of look like you're looking at single celled organisms under a
Okay.
microscope. Well, it was that level of warping rather than something big and macro like I'm fucking around with Photoshop, but the world was still doing that, you
Mm-hmm.
know? So, yeah. It was like looking through a wet camera lens.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh my.
I don't know. It's like I'd probably have done acid again, like a fourth time, if I wasn't worried about, burning out like those folks from the 60s and 70s, the Friends of the Beatles types guys. What's that one dude's name? Leary, Timothy Leary. I don't want to end up all brain fried on acid, but it was a fun experience, and I'd like to do it again just without that risk.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd consider doing that stuff again, except for the whole stuff that goes along with the kidney disease.
Well, yeah, but that's not a problem I have, so nerd.
Right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
What time is it?
Oh my clock
It's like 20
shows.
after 1 over here. I should probably do stuff.
I
Like
know
besides this.
I'm eventually going to have to do stuff. I just don't know what stuff I'm going to have to do.
Don't want to do
Oh,
stuff. Stuff sucks.
I can either go out and get that frozen pizza I was talking about, or I could not do that and just eat what I already have here in the house and play Beat Saber. I have to admit, because my hair is such a pain in the ass, a lot of my decision on whether or not to go out is how much and how often am I gonna have to fuck with my head fur? Because like I kind of want to play either Beat Saber or Spark or something on VR and work up a sweat and exercise, but that means taking a shower, which means fucking with my hair, which means waiting for my hair to but if I want to go out now, I do have to do a little maintenance on my hair, which means that then if I come back and then play the VR and then have to shower, then it means I'm going to be fucking with my hair again unless I decide not to do it. So I'm not going out again until tomorrow. It's just all about my fucking hair. I wish I could have good hair. Hair that's manageable without all of this nonsense going on.
Matokatahani.
Put a hat on.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Actually, there's a reason I've been doing mostly ponytails lately, is because then at least I can tie back most of it. I really only have to take the flat iron to the bangs.
Well, makes things a little easier.
It does. I'm really hoping, because like when I moved to Vermont, apparently, like here in San Diego, the showers put out hard water, but in Vermont, they come directly out of Lake Champlain. Like the water that you shower with, sure, they filter it a bit, but it's not hard water. And hard water is really bad for hair.
Yes,
So
it is.
hopefully, when I get to Vermont and I start showering in good water, my hair will not get brittle and break off so often.
I guess that's an advantage to living on granite, right?
Well, we do have a lot of granite in Vermont, but I never really thought of it. I don't know much about water except that it can get really icky, like in Flint.
Yeah, well, for example, here in the Ohio Valley, we live on a limestone bed, and the water is extremely hard. I mean, if you spill it on the floor instead of splashing, it shatters.
Okay. Well,
Um,
in any event, yeah, so I'm looking forward to that because maybe that'll make it easier to manage my hair, which means maybe it won't be such a chore to deal with it, which means I'll be willing to go out more often.
okay, then.
God, I hate my hair so much. Like seriously, there was what was I was being interviewed by Got That Funk. I'm never sure if it's Got That Funk or Goth at Funk. He's never really made it clear. But and like he has a set of questions he likes to ask people. One of the things he asked was, "What is the one thing about yourself if you could change that you would change?" My immediate answer was my hair. I
Okay.
didn't even have to think about it. My hair.
Tayo korostu.
I mean, there's lots of things I could change. How about I never had those seizures to begin with, kind of stuff. But no, my hair.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
I'd say, I'd say it's a pain in the butt, but I don't really have hair there.
Right.
Maybe if I ever managed to grow that ponytail down to my ass, I don't know.
I wonder if you would be able to get that with softer water.
I'm hoping.
I don't know if the curls in my hair. I'm not sure if it would ever reach my ass.
There was God, I don't know if I can find it. There was a character, like an image of her in the movie PCU, where she had hair that wasn't too dissimilar from mine, but like it was grown out to the point where it wasn't like a Jufro, and I think I might be able to rock that, but it would require being able to grow it out a lot further than I've been able.
Okay. Okay.
Let me see if I can find a good Is this it? Maybe this is it. I'm trying to find like just a good image of her. Yeah. Let's see. Oh no, this is the Sanskrit one. Never mind. You can talk about other things while I look, you know.
Dayu Korostu. No, we're not doing too badly here. We're going almost 4.5 hours. It's pretty good.
Oh, wait a minute. I know how to find it. But she was in that scene with George Clinton. Assuming I can find the scene where he's introduced and not the scene where he's playing.
Right now, mine is about as long as it's ever going to get, which disappoints me a bit, but oh well.
PCU was such a fun movie.
Yeah,
Like it basically did a send up of like both SJWs and the right wing. Like MAGA didn't exist when this was made, but basically, like the rich white elitism is mentioned as a good thing by the people who are like the bad guys in the movie. But at the same time, the cause heads are shown as being kind of silly too, because it's like, we're in college, we're young, have fun.
Dayu Korostu.
I don't know. It was a great flick. You kind of have to watch it to really get it, I suppose. But it really was like if Animal House took place in the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow, that is the whole movie, isn't it? They did their best to get around the people who don't want them to copyright strike it, but that is the movie. Now, where is what's her face so I can show her? You know, you can talk about things when I'm looking for stuff, right?
Things and stuff and stuff and things.
Yes. Okay, yes, this is a scene where she shows up, although it's not the one with George Clinton. Let me find the one with George Clinton, because that's easier to see her hair. All right.
Stop myself from yawning here.
What?
Stop myself from yawning here.
Yeah, it's gone a bit crickets, hasn't it?
Dayu Korostu.
All right, there she is. Let's get a good shot of her head fur. Oh well, whatever. I can't find it. Maybe if I just keep fast forwarding, I'll get to the part where George Clinton shows up. Okay, this is where they steal the bar that time. All right. There's what's her face, who I've never seen in another movie since. Isn't that kind of funny how, like, you'll see someone who was very prominent for a while and then they just disappear?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can't remember the last time I saw Hugh Grant in anything. Or even really mentioned. Daniel Day-Lewis is another one. What happened to that guy? I don't know. Maybe they're just showing up in stuff I don't watch. Ah, here we go. Okay, hold on. Now, it's like massively zoomed in, and they put like a circle of dark around it to make it look like, something that the censors or whatever, the copyright engine won't find. But this is the scene with what's-her-face here. You see what she's doing with her hair there? I might be able to rock that. It's not very easily seen just because, what they did with it, but you can sort of see what she did. If I could get it to fall like that, I could maybe make it work.
Estomu.
Okay.
Well,
But anyway.
looks like for Daniel Day-Lewis, last thing he was in 2018, something called For the Hungry Boy.
Oh, I actually found that scene without the weird zoomed in zone of privacy shit. All right, here we go. See, I could maybe do what she's doing with her hair there.
Okay.
And I could maybe make it work for me. But when that only hits your shoulders, it makes you look kind of achy. I do wonder about that weird cultural bias we have against, like, really bushy hair. Because there definitely is one.
There's some nice motivational speaking. No matter what, it can always be worse.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I agree with that. Then again, I do say, hey, you cheer up, it's all that bad.
Like, okay, for example, right here, you can see like from the movie The Princess Diaries. Here she is before they discover she's a princess, and then after the makeover. Notice the difference?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, like there, and what's her face in those Harry Potter books? Hermione was described as having bushy hair, and of course, no one likes her because she's the stick in the mud type. It's just there's anyone who has hair like that is immediately sort of thought of as quite dowdy and I don't know. Like the same thing happened in an episode of How I Met Your Mother I watched recently, where they had this secretary that no one found attractive, and guess what? So it just seems to be this cultural bias against bushy hair.
Then again, there was that one lead from Brave.
True. Well, I'm going to call that the exception that illuminates the rule.
Doprożnie.
But anyway. No, Toady, you have no idea. Here, actually, I can give you an idea. Where's because I have pictures here of what my hair looks like if I let it.
Yeah, the old Colin Kaepernick treatment.
Basically, and I'm not a fan of that on me. I think I look best when I'm sort of this-ish.
Looks like a furry monster trying to eat your head.
I mean, my hair does not like to cooperate with me, and I've taken exception to that. I just seriously, I want my hair to be the only straight thing about me. But what can you do? Short of like some sort of genetic retrovirus that reshapes your follicles over time?
Moo.
Trying to remember where I first heard about that. There was like a sci-fi story I was reading where they used some sort of retrovirus to change someone's genetic code to do this, that, or the other thing to them, and I thought it sounded loopy, but then when I read about retroviruses, apparently that's a thing. It's just we don't have the tech to do what was in that story.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
I can't pronounce what the hell that is. A protein in hair follicles is having a primary influence over your hair curl. So it's apparently a certain protein that's in hair that causes curl.
I also saw something where like it also like the shape of the follicle itself has something to do with it. Like curly hair, the
Yeah,
follicle is sort of twisted sideways a bit.
that's what I thought. That the shape of the follicle contributed more than anything else did.
I don't think more than,
Anyway,
frankly.
that's
I'm
the.
pretty sure it's the chemical more than the shape of the follicle.
Anyway, I put it in the YouTube chat. That's the apparently the protein that causes curly hair.
Trichohyalin? I don't know. Trichohyalin looks like. Hyalin? I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
Bendagalakista tapokoradie.
Yeah. Oh, Toady, that's not me being silly. If you want to see me being silly, I've got pictures of that. Believe me. Where's? Oh yes, here's the one. I took a picture a while ago where someone said that if any picture just embodied me, could describe me to anybody, it was this one. And I kind of see, yeah, all right, sure. You know, it's a little me, I guess. As here's me being silly post brain surgery,
Yeah, that's you to a T.
and then me eating blackberries. Uh, me holding up kung pao sauce. I have a slight silly streak in me. Ooh, want to see me eating candy corn? And then here's me if I were a '90s grunge album cover.
I think I did turn that into an album cover. Or was that you?
Well, the only person I know who has that photo is me. So, I mean, if someone turned that into an album cover, I think they owe me royalties.
No, I remember downloading it
And
and you
then
put it up
here's,
on Facebook.
and then like here's me with a rubber glove. Uh, here's me a little too enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Where's the other one? There was one last one I wanted to put up. I don't know where it went. Oh well, okay. Here's me when I'm in a mood.
Yeah, that's accurate.
So I mean, if you want to accuse me of being silly, I just you only cracked the surface there, fella. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure, like, if there's anything that can really be done to make my hair low maintenance and attractive. Like, I think I have to pick one or the other.
You in a mood?
Oh, Jesus. Did you just do that?
No, I did that a while ago.
Oh. Well, someone was like one of the '80s groups I was in. Someone posted the "Rich Corinthian Leather" ad from Ricardo Montalban, and I had to put in the comments "car,"
Yeah,
spelled
the
KHR, yeah, car, right?
Kataparodye.
Anyway, I thought it was funny. And really, who else matters? Not any of you fuckers. Wouldn't it be funny if I was really like that?
Shut up, Clarion.
Oh, hush, you. Now listen here, you little shit.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Well, so I think I might get another one of those supreme pizzas that nevertheless didn't have mushrooms.
I like mushroom on pizza.
I don't like mushrooms at all. It's a concession that I might try psilocybin. I mean,
Well,
okay, granted, mushrooms may actually be good. I don't think so. I think they're way the fuck too rubbery. But, like, I remember when I was really little eating them and eating too many of them and getting sick from eating too many of them, and I haven't eaten any since. Like it was that one incident that put me off mushrooms forever.
Yep, I know
Mm.
that stuff. That's one of the reasons I'm not a fan of bourbon.
Oh,
I remember
yeah.
having bad sherry once, and that got me sick.
I'm sure as hell never having Everclear again. That's for damn sure.
Yeah,
You've heard that
I've
story.
heard that story. I don't know how I managed to consume half a fifth of Bacardi 151 that night, but I actually did.
I mean, I wouldn't have more than a single tall of 151 in a night. And I mean in a night. I mean, okay, granted, I might have been able to do all of that prior to the night of the 7 shots of Everclear, but after that, not so much. I think it's weird that one incident can drop your alcohol tolerance like that, but it did.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Never experienced that.
Yeah,
They say whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but in this case,
yeah, in my case, it was just one Manhattan that did it to me.
I don't know. I found that if it's not like tequila, rum, vodka, or something even sweeter and fruitier, I'm not into it. Like the stuff that tastes like road tar, no thanks. I mean, bourbon, scotch, whiskey, fucking gin is the
Yeah.
worst. It tastes like floor cleaner. I don't get the appeal of those. But with rum, I mean, a rum and coke or with something citrusy. I mean, hell, rum and OJ is tasty as hell. It's like it makes sense, and it's almost like an alcoholic dessert, and I like that about it.
Yeah, I don't really drink ink alcohol to get drunk. I drink it because of the flavors that they have.
Yes.
Oh, I drink alcohol to get drunk. If it weren't for getting drunk, I wouldn't drink booze at all. And since I haven't really felt the need to get drunk, weed is plenty. I mean, I don't remember if I still had that bottle of Captain Morgan this Christmas or the Christmas before, but since I polished that off, I haven't had any alcohol.
Yeah, I've got most of a fifth of Captain Morgan here because I bought a fifth on your recommendation, and I had a couple shots out of it, and I haven't had anything since. It might have been 2 years ago that I bought it.
You really shouldn't do shots. I mean, mix it with something.
I think I bought Coca-Cola to mix it with,
Oh,
but
well, okay then. I mean, if you were just doing shots out of a shot glass of Captain Morgan, that's just silly.
that's the way I drink most of the stuff I drink. For example, Scotch, neat. I dearly love the stuff.
Yes, but
Um,
this is not scotch. This is rum, and pretty good rum too, and it's worth, serving it right.
One rum I like is the Kraken Dark Label.
Ah, well, that's different. I mean, that's not quite the same as, say, Captain Morgan or Sailor Jerry.
It, it's a spiced rum.
Yeah. And I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just not sure I would necessarily put it next to those on the shelf.
Yeah, I would.
Hmm.
It's got a good taste to it.
I don't know. Although I will say that well rum is pretty nasty. I mean, like I like the Captain Morgan. That's it. Well, and the Sailor Jerry.
I've determined that I am not a fan of straight tequila.
Well, why would the see? Okay, a lot of the time when you say you don't like something, it's because you tried it the wrong way.
Well, that's the way it was
Yeah.
served to me.
Okay, well, get a margarita sometime.
Okay, I'll give it a try at some point.
One
Or,
tequila.
if you're gonna get like a rum and coke, get a Cuba Libre sometime.
Remember for
I
my
mean,
birth,
it's not very different. It's mostly they add lime, but still, Cuba Libre is really good.
I remember for my birthday, I bought myself a bottle of the Crystal Head vodka. I would make screwdrivers with it.
I don't know that brand.
Apparently, it's Dan Aykroyd's favorite.
Huh.
Comes in like a skull-shaped bottle.
I don't know. I usually just stick with vanilla Stoli. I'm gonna go vodka. I don't know.
It was a pretty good vodka.
I do still love to say, but not order or drink, the slow, comfortable screw against the wall Mexican style. That is such a fun drink to order. It's not a fun drink to drink. And it's also not a very fun drink to make, but it's still fun to say it.
Oh, bullshit.
Well, you know.
That's Crystal Head vodka.
Huh. Okay. Crystal Head.
Yep.
All right.
Not bad vodka.
Well, who knows? If I ever encounter it someday, maybe I'll give it a whirl. There's actually a lot of like food items like that on my list. You know, it's like, well, I'm not going to seek it out. But if it's there on the buffet table, I'll give it a whirl. You know, that kind of thing. Like I'm not going to spend money to try that. But if someone else is picking up the check.
Well, I don't know. Stuff like that. I will say that I would rather pay $5 for a shot than $100 for a fifth to give it a try.
Sure. Okay.
I guess this is the Pride Month version.
Huh.
All right.
Well, damn, I was gonna say that. Well, I will say that a lot of why I don't buy some things at the supermarket is because you can't buy just one,
Right.
you know, and so ultimately I buy none of it.
Yeah.
It's like that Pepsi Nitro stuff. I really enjoyed that, but they stopped selling it as singletons, and so I've stopped drinking it.
Yeah, that Crystal Head vodka is pretty expensive. It's like almost $50 for a bottle.
Jeepers.
50. Oh,
good.
wow.
Almost.
Neil, the 604 atheist, wants me to try a scotch called Oban. Last time I went looking, I was only able to buy a fifth, and that was $100. And
Okay.
what?
Oh. I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah,
You had this long pause.
I figure I eventually want to try it, but I am a little reticent. If I spend $100 for a fifth, what happens if I don't like it? But we'll see.
Well, and that's sort of the way I felt about the Pepsi, or was it Pepsi? Yeah, or no, Coke. The Coca-Cola Starlight. Like I wanted to try it, but they only had it in a 12-pack.
Okay.
You know, so that was kind of annoying. I was gonna say something. Oh yeah. One of those things that I would love to try, but only if like I can do it for free is Kobe beef.
Okay, yeah.
That stuff's so expensive. What if it's just like, oh yeah, okay, it's a steak, big deal.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what if whatever nuance makes it so expensive for other people is lost on me? I don't want to spend that much. You know, so it's like if I'm ever at a place, I don't know, or like someone's wedding where they're serving Kobe beef or whatever, you know, one of those deals, then yeah, sure, I'll partake. But I'm not going to seek it out.
Right.
Not unless I win the lottery.
Yeah. Is am I not too knowing on 422 by 428, is the way is the going on the thing.
Yeah.
What did I say?
So I finally got my dad to explain to me how it was that he was able to like get into the real estate market like that because we were never particularly rich, you know, and so I was wondering how this all happened. Turns out it was like he's really good with manipulating equity loans. You know, like okay, I'll take out an equity loan on this building, and that helps me buy this building. But then, like I made enough that I can pay off that loan kind of thing. It was like apparently there was a way to do it that did not result in a shit ton of like payments in debt. So I don't know. I do not have a head for figures that way, but he explained it and it made sense. And it wasn't the kind of like slimy thing that a Donald Trump might do. It was like completely not just within the rules, but it didn't even have to bend any, you know?
Okay.
So yeah. I don't know, it was interesting. I don't know that sort of thing. I don't think I know how to adult when it comes to that sort of stuff. I'm starting to realize that, like, in a way, my parents did spoil me a bit, and I've been saying to them, I need to learn how to do this stuff because you guys somehow learned and I didn't. And I don't know even where to go to learn this stuff. Can you help me figure out how to do all the stuff you've been doing for me? And it's
Yeah.
an uphill battle, actually, because my dad likes to do all of those things. Like it's not even that he's thinking of me when he's doing it. He just really enjoys the process.
Okay.
And that's sort of why I ended up getting cut out of it, is because, well, he wanted to do all of it. And there was even stuff that needed doing that I didn't know about that he took care of because he knew what he was doing. Mind you, that has bitten us in the ass a couple of times because he made assumptions without talking to me. But, point being is like, I really need to learn how to do the basics of navigating an adult world because I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, when you get beyond going to the grocery store, I'm not too good at it either. So
Yeah, I mean, like I keep wondering what do I need to know that I don't know? Like, if I get a car, I actually don't know how often you need to change the oil. I don't know how often you need it to be inspected. I don't know exactly what the hell tabs are, although I think it has to do with being inspected. I mean, I don't really understand, and honestly, like car insurance, I don't really get either. Like I know you need to have it, but I don't know. Like I watched a lot of those Geico commercials, but I never really understood what the hell is APR financing. I have no idea. It's just like there's all this stuff you need to know just to be an adult, and it all seems so confusing and arcane, and I just don't wanna.
Well, let's see. Your oil changes every 3,000 miles or every 6 months.
still that way. Okay.
Okay, well that was really honestly the least of it.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
something at least.
yeah, but still, I mean, I don't know how to be an adult. I'm 46 and I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. And I'm not the only one. Most of my generation says, "Does anyone feel grown up yet?" Like I thought I was
No.
gonna feel grown up. I was told I'd feel grown up, but here I am in my 40s and I do not feel grown up. Where I look at people in my parents' generation, they always seemed like grown ups. Always. I don't know if it was just perspective or if they were like they had to grow up faster than I did, like being born when they were, or what, but most of my parents' generation, there was like one or two people I could point to who had any of that childlike spirit left. Everyone else was an adult with a capital A.
Don't grow up, it's a trap.
Ugh,
Yeah.
seriously, if someone handed me a one-way ticket to Never Never Land, I'd take it so fast their hand would come off at the wrist. Like seriously, I would prefer it if Never Never Land was a bit more Star Warsy, but I'll take it. Are you kidding me? I have no idea where the Lost Boys decide to go live with Wendy's parents.
Now, speaking of which, have you done any more work on that sci-fi version of Peter Pan?
No, I've been trying and I just can't make it work.
Yeah, bummer.
Like every idea I come up with, there's some big ass problem with it. Cause like, okay, in Peter Pan, the Lost Boys actually seem to be having a pretty decent time of it. And yet, when I try to come up with who the Lost Boys might be, I can only find ways where them still being where they are, and the fact that Peter can leave makes Peter quite the villain. Because if he can leave the planet that stands in as Never Never Land, like he can't take the Lost Boys with him somehow. You know, I mean, like, unless their memories got wiped so that they don't even know that there's anywhere but the planet they're on. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe they're acclimated to the climates to where they can't leave. Or environment.
A little too Star Trek-y for me, but okay. I don't know. I mean, I'm just sort of neglecting it and trying to think about ways I might make it work. I've been trying to think of ways that he might be able to get like Wendy and Michael and John to go with him in the first place. You know, I mean, it doesn't make any sense the way I've been trying to write it, and I don't know what I'm doing with it, and I might have to rework it even more. I don't know, like maybe try to make it even less of a one-to-one transfer than I have. You know what I mean? A one-to-one analog.
Okay.
I don't know. I really should try to get back to it at some point, but I've been throwing myself more and more into my animation instead. And I'm working on that one episode of Head Meets to Pay the Bills. I'm still working on Quinn, so you know.
Yeah, I kind of put my writing aside to work on the gardening stuff, so I want to get back into that as well.
Yeah. But I've been giving some thought. Like, Head Meets is supposed to be like my inner voice in a way. Like the whole idea is head meets equals brain equals here's the character that lives inside my brain and comes up with all the weird shit that I think of. Which doesn't leave a lot of room for more characters, but I have been thinking about making a cat that joins the main character there every now and then, just sort of in the background. You know, not like a character who can speak or communicate really, just sort of, you know, to break up the monotony. Oh, look, there's a cat in the background batting at a butterfly kind of stuff.
Yeah, that could work.
Yeah, it's something I've been considering. I don't know. And I never have animated a quadruped to this day, so there's that.
Yeah, good challenge. Do we still have anybody watching?
I don't know. I mean, let's see. It's been quite some time since Toady left.
I've only seen 3 people, and I'm there. I'm guessing you're there.
Nope. I do not have anything but the chat window open. Alright, well, if anyone's still watching, sound off. Type something in the chat, yo.
Moof beef. What we got? Nata que perhosta palkende, melgo batiana. There we go. It is the Agfu.
Okay.
Yes.
So, given that we do seem to, well, we've been on for a while and we've probably been shedding viewers, I think it might be time for me to head to the store.
Yeah, we've been shedding a few. We've been on for almost 5 hours.
Yeah, that's another reason I do feel the need to get up and move around.
Yeah, usually, usually I'm in pain if I've been sitting this long in the dialysis chair. Well, of course, those things are not the most comfortable I've ever seen.
And
We know
I
you've
probably should go
mentioned
take
how
care
much
of
you
my.
don't like the chairs before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I should go.
I'll tell you what then. If nobody here on the panel or out in the audience minds, I'd like to thank everyone who's here, and I'd like to thank everyone who's not here. You guys keep me going, and I hate you for it. But seriously, if you keep liking this, as long as I'm alive to do it, I'll keep doing it. How's that sound? And
It sounds like a really long way to say if you keep rocking, I'll keep rolling.
there you
I'm not
go.
sure we
That's-
still have an audience, actually.
well, this thing says that 3 people are watching. Now, I don't know if
Well-
those 3 people are us.
I think
Well,
it is.
I know
anybody
that
else
none
out
of
there?
none of them are me.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
maybe there is one person out there, because I know I'm there, and I'm guessing
I'm
Diane
there.
is one.
I'm
I
gonna
usually
see
am.
Genesis later, so
I'm not all there, but you know how it
Bye
goes.
bye.
Hey.
Well, take care, honey. And I'll say to all of you people, if you don't mind at all, I mean, if you have the inclination and if you have the wherewithal, please consider throwing me $1 or two. It really helps getting back and forth to dialysis that way. Because at least for the immediate future, I still need some dollars to get back and forth. And we'll see what happens on my 65th birthday. Maybe things will change a little bit, and maybe they won't. You know, that's coming up in about 4 weeks. So I will be officially old then. And other than that, please, I hope I see you guys again soon and often. Other than that, let's see, Mage, you got anything to, any parting shots? Any last words?
No, not really.
Okay, that sounds good. So, okay, I will then say thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.